anytime, folks. We're going live at the top of the hour. Hell of a Survivor Series. Live for open mic night with J.J. Williams, Jeff Meacham, and company. Stay tuned.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
By the way, spoilers are on this ticker for those who have not watched Survivor Series yet. If you have not watched Survivor Series and you don't want to be spoiled, I suggest you try to hide the ticker or close out of the video. But otherwise, if you don't mind being spoiled, stay tuned. We're about to go live at the top of the hour here. Or top of the half hour, excuse me.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment. Live at the top of the hour after this memoriam. Moment of silence. God rest his soul, man. Dragon Zord in heaven, hopefully.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Yeah, who wants to go first?
well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, J.J. Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am the founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
And the He-Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies. There you go. It sells itself.
God.
Get in there.
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ. Give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen.
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
That's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
We had it on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. Then just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to tonight's edition of Open Mic Night. Here on the Jeff Meacham Network and across the Jeff Meacham Network multiverse of media, we have our illustrious panel of guests here this evening. Of course, the man whose name is on the marquee, Jeff Meacham himself. We have the simple man with the spectacular voice, Noah Foster, back in after an amazing night of calls of Survivor Series WARGAMES!
Damn right.
We've got the Heb Man, J-Hebert. Thank
Hello.
you once again for that amazing introduction video.
Thank you again.
I can't believe how he reinvents it for the next season. Continue, JJ.
We have Stat Boy Mike.
I have got to say, that intro was fucking amazing.
Hey,
oh my god.
Shit.
I have never seen it before, and I'm almost tempted. James, I'm going to hire you to do an intro for me for Sports Bar. I love it.
We can hear you. Oh, you got the feedback, Jeff.
That's me. Sorry.
But yeah, no, I'm good for it, man. If you want a new logo, got you for that too. That I did that little font thing right there. Right there.
He did the open mic night thing that you see in the top right-hand corner.
We've got the man joining us who apparently has a doppelganger out there in the world.
Wait a minute.
Big Baller G in the house.
What the hell?
Who that?
Yeah. So my buddy is down in North Carolina for WrestleCade, and this was after the show. They're in the hotel, and apparently my buddy, my best man Daniel Parker, found my doppelganger.
North Carolina.
He had to call me just for that.
And then,
That's
of
brilliant.
course, we have the man joining us who, at the tail end of War Games, had to come on the air and acknowledge the greatness of A-Town Down.
That's right, bitches.
Josh Mansfield in the house as Jeff loses his camera.
The phone can't believe it.
Even the phone is in disbelief. Austin Theory is once again U.S. champion.
How you doing? Yeah. It's okay, Jeff. It's okay.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right. So here's the deal. Before we get too wound up on this shit, are we doing intros, Jay, or is anybody else coming in?
Nobody else is coming in, but before you get off track, I want to acknowledge the comment that came up because I have a feeling that what you're going to say, kind of takes away from the comment on screen
It does.
here.
Yes, it does very much so.
Yeah, absolutely. RIP to those that we've lost this year. This week was a hard one for me.
Yeah.
We did open mic night last week. I go to bed. I wake up the next morning and find out that Jason David Frank has committed suicide. And
I couldn't believe
I don't know about the rest of y'all, but Tommy Oliver was somebody that I really looked up to. Like, I admired the character that he portrayed within Power Rangers. I mean, I'm rocking the Dragon Zord shirt here now.
I noticed that.
That was a tough one to get through. Every now and
was.
again, somebody leaves us who just leaves that impression on you. And Jason David Frank is definitely one of those. I had intended to do a live stream during the week paying tribute, as I've done in the past, to some of the people we've lost. I mainly did it when I first launched Renegades Reviews last year. You can go into my archives. You'll see ones to Dustin Diamond, Christopher Plummer, New Jack, etc. The time and everything got away from me, and being able to do it with all the other stuff I had to do for my shows. But
yes,
I definitely wanted to take a moment here in the beginning and address it.
Yeah,
it makes
Jason.
sense. I mean, Dacia definitely agrees with you on that. Die-hard, lifelong Power Rangers fan. Shout out to her. She's involved in the chat.
Yeah, Jason. That was hard. And I knew it'd be hard on Jack because of his affinity for the character Tommy Oliver, the man Jason David Frank, and we all know he's a major wrestling fan. The New Day was hit hard this week about it too.
Yeah.
So
I would have liked to have seen the Brawling Brutes come out and represent,
right.
Have one dressed in green, one in white, two in red, and one in black.
That's a New Day thing waiting to happen.
There's plenty of colors to go around for as much as Tommy donned different roles there.
Yeah, he was 5 different Rangers. You know, so
crazy.
Yeah. So, and again, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the other two that were at the top. Of course, James Winburn. Everybody acknowledges Nick Castle as Michael Myers, the original, but James Winburn was the stunt guy behind the shape mask in the original one. So let's give a little love to James. And God, John Anderson, my goodness. Being as close with Teresa, my sister, as I am, Days has become part of my life, whether I wanted it to or not. Right.
Same.
And John was very much an integral part of that show for literally decades. And of course,
Victor Kiriakis.
Exactly. And of course, being Jennifer, nothing
here
to speak that today either. So, may they all rest in peace, and may the power be with all three of them. Jason, of course, being a Power Ranger. Now,
well, Big G had something to say, did he?
Oh,
Supernatural fan by chance?
Sorry?
What's that?
Supernatural. Did anybody
No,
watch?
I've never seen that.
No,
okay.
I'm
there was she played in Supernatural. I think she passed away the same day as Jason David Frank. Nikki Acox, I think she was like 47.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, with every, I didn't realize James and Jason died the same day until I was putting the thing together for JJ for the graphic. I went, oh, jeez, it's the same friggin' day. On Nikki's
So it's
birthday.
like someone else just falls out of nowhere that you least expect, and you're like, what?
Yeah, it was very much a Dickens week. It was the best of times and the worst of times because the day they both passed was Mickey's birthday, and I was at the park celebrating. So it's kind of
that's just downright.
Yeah. So
wrong.
Having had the little bit of a downer, I have to say, much like Mikey, I had not seen the intro in its entirety on a screen where I could appreciate it. My God, that was incredible. From the signature of the network to the entire open mic night intro. I mean, Jamie and I talked about putting together a highlight reel for New Year's Eve. We don't have to now.
Oh no! No, we do.
Trust me. There's more moments.
There's plenty of stuff. I have been messaging James periodically because I've been going back.
What have you done?
And watching everything. Like I said, I've been watching. I started out just watching open mic nights, and then once we got to In Your House NXT, where I had my first call, I've been watching back my calls.
Oh Lord!
And then the open mic nights following them. And trust me, there are plenty of things that need to be thrown in there to the highlights. I messaged James today because I had watched the SummerSlam one.
Oh Christ!
And the back and forth between me and Statboy, where Statboy was trying to talk about how scrawny Theory was, and me throwing back into his face a certain 220-pound Shawn Michaels winning his first WWF championship.
Yeah.
And like that entire exchange needs to be in the highlight reel, James.
Trust me,
For real.
We've been hard at work.
Oh my
and then
I have a
James,
feeling that this means that tonight's gonna get edited too.
Yeah. A certain somebody in the bottom middle there who tried to discredit Mr. Theory, and then his acknowledgement at the end. That needs to be part of the highlight reel too.
I'm afraid what you've done with me.
Dude, I think Noah's entire year on open mic night is encapsulated at the very end of the opening when Josh says the fuck you Bill Belichick and Noah just loses his damn
We ended it on wrestling and then had to fuck it up.
I think Noah's came last week where I played the video of him talking about how he's straight edge, he's never going to crack, he's never going to drink.
Yeah, that was
and then it
good.
ends with the picture of him out for his mom's birthday taking a shot.
Or how about
in an Italian restaurant.
It was a sample. It was a sample, not a shot. It was a sample.
How about when he didn't understand the other term for snow?
Oh yeah, the
I
snow
understand
ball.
how that-
That
I
was the best
understand how
one.
that
That was
works.
the best one. Okay.
I understand that we're in the Star Wars universe. Like he has some CGI magic going on. All right.
Wait, hold on. Please tell me he's still innocent to No Nut November. Please tell me he's still innocent to that.
What?
The person who has that name in the group chat.
No, I think
that just checked it off. I don't think Josh. I don't even think he knows what the hell No Nut November is.
That's my point. Let's keep it that way.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory when you really think about it.
By the way,
He doesn't even think about it though.
Oh, also, since this is
allergy?
wait, hold on. Since this is
where it
open
is?
mic night. Oh no, not that type of nut. But I must say this, since this is open mic night. The shit's medically stupid anyway. Fuck No Nut November. Anyway, carry on.
Oh, medical? You mean? Oh. Wait.
Okay. So what we do, James, what do you do? Hey, hang on. What do you do? All you do is cut that little part out. Medical. Oh wait. Oh, that's all we need. That's all we need.
Wait. Is this related to what happened to John Wayne Bobbitt?
No.
Thank God.
Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even introduced the first topic yet. We've already gone butt fucking.
It's a good thing I'm drinking right now.
On No Nut November, we've got butt fucking.
And there goes the camera, ladies and gentlemen.
There's the camera again.
Once again.
That's phone.
Mrs. Oh dear. Mrs. Oh dear.
And you want to leave us in under an hour, Mansfield, because you've got to get your precious sleep for choir practice.
See, here's the worst part, Jay. We're having this conversation about Josh and Noah, and they're both going to church in the morning. We bad people for this.
I'm going to church in the morning too, but I'm fine.
God bless you, churchgoers, because
See, Noah has the Lord on his side. He doesn't understand what it means. Josh has got to be the one to go to confession.
Does this have something to do with house
That's
trading?
why I said we need to make sure Noah doesn't learn what that means.
No, well, God, well, now I feel bad. Now we're going to smarten him up on the. Yeah, I know. It's not me, but trust me, I think if I was drunk, I'd be better off.
You wouldn't be dropping the cameras.
If I didn't have medicine in me already, I'd be grabbing one of my Angry Orchards, but for now it's hot apple cider.
I'm
Cinnamon.
You're talking about grabbing your, and then you stop. I'm like, hey, wait a minute.
Well, anyway,
You know what?
first topic.
Since you mentioned hot apple cider, I've actually been meaning to ask Josh, what do you think of my December trailer?
What?
What do you think of the December trailer for Renegades Reviews?
What?
Oh, absolutely love it.
Right on.
Because I keep seeing you in the green room, like before we come on, like conducting the orchestra at a Carol of the Bells and Joy to the World and everything. I've been meaning to ask your thoughts on the trailer.
I love it.
Anyway.
Cool.
I
All
mean,
right.
it's a great Christmas trailer.
Where is the bell?
Thank you.
There is the bell.
If we can try to get our.
So, as I still don't know what that means, JJ, let's get actually to the topic of wrestling.
Yes,
Which I guess doesn't relate to John Wayne Bobbitt.
We've got a few different things that we're going to discuss here today. A lot of it has to do with AEW.
Why you have a knife stab, boy? The friggin' who was it? Mr. Fuji, was it? He used the sword,
Wait,
right?
you're gonna try and shank us?
You can't shank during No Nut November. They don't go together.
They do not go together unless you're a real freak.
Poor JJ trying so hard to reel his shit in.
You guys asked me to get things started, and then you go back.
And then it
to
goes
this.
off the rails. Noah.exe has stopped working. It's all over the place right now.
Oh my damn!
All right, go JJ, go. Just go.
Quickly.
I think you might, Daniel.
I have to, D. Yeah, for real. Oh my god!
I'm even more confused than before.
You might have to get your Dragon Dagger D's nuts. Ah!
Ah! Okay. All right.
Good night, everybody.
These nuts. That's the Eddie Kingston shirt.
So
It was a home
we
run,
got-
JJ.
Can we please talk about wrestling?
I'm
more
trying,
confused than
Noah.
ever.
I'm trying.
Crying.
We've got about 5 topics to discuss tonight.
All right, yeah.
Again, most of them are AEW related. But
Yay!
coming hot off the heels of the WWE pay-per-view,
Yeah.
I did find this discussion topic in one of the groups that I'm in, where somebody posted the 10 times the WWE broke our hearts.
Oh my.
Which I feel he means like the 10 times that WWE like really caught us in the feels.
Oh, I know where this is going, I think.
Based off of the stuff that's on here, I don't think he literally meant broke our hearts.
Right.
But I figured I'd throw this up here and see if you guys agree with it before we go into another topic from WWE that very well could be breaking our hearts. The retirement of Randall Keith Orton.
Yeah.
And possible.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That was like
That's why I said that could possibly be breaking our hearts, Jeff.
Gotcha.
Pay attention.
Now I got Billy Ray Cyrus thinking Breaking Heart song on my mind.
You know, that's better than No Nut November. But anyway, so the 10 things from WWE that broke our hearts. Number 10, The Undertaker's streak comes to an end.
Which was bullshit!
Wow.
Number 9, Raw is Owen.
Yeah.
Owen's tragic passing in 99 will forever be one of the most shocking moments in the history of WWE and wrestling. It was one of the first times that an active star on the roster had passed so suddenly. As if the loss of Owen wasn't heartbreaking enough, WWE then did a tribute show to him that left everybody watching in shambles.
Yeah.
There's no argument there.
Number 8, the SmackDown after 9/11.
Yeah, that was a very patriotic show.
Yeah.
Let's let Jada go through the list, and then we'll discuss each one by one.
Agree.
Yeah.
Number 7, Daniel Bryan's retirement. Number 6, Rey Mysterio's WWE Championship run.
Yeah.
Number 5, Austin turns heel. Number 4, Eddie Guerrero's tribute show. Number 3, Triple H turns on Shawn Michaels. Number 2, Roman Reigns' leukemia announcement.
Reality check.
And number 1, Ric Flair retires.
Diddy.
Okay.
So
Retires.
let's go through these one by one, as Jeff said. Number 10, the Taker's streak comes to an end. That one was very bittersweet, at least for me. And I know Jeff is kind of in the same boat on this one because Taker is our father's favorite wrestler. My dad loves Taker. Frank Meacham loves Taker.
Oh God, yeah. Yep.
So watching that happen, it's like it was a good time to do it. Realistically, it probably should have been the end right there when you think about how rocky his career was after that. I mean, I still feel that at the end of the day, legitimately, there was nobody better to do it than Brock as a legitimate UFC, NCAA athlete. You know, I mean, the argument could be made that the streak should have gone to somebody that could have made a career out of it. But at the end of the day, if that's the case, then I still think it should have been Randy at 21, who was in the middle of the Legend Killer tour and killing the Legend of Undertaker in the midst of that hot streak he was on, killing all those other legends would have been a perfect footnote to that run. But Jeff, your thoughts?
Sorry, I'm answering a text to the north. I'll never forget it. The entirety of the moment. I was sitting in this room. Actually, I was sitting right over here on the couch that was there. And it's a different couch now, but because we hadn't got the network hooked up to a television device yet. We were on the computer only, and it broke my heart. And it's one of those, I don't know about heartbreaking. I can see it being number 10 because it definitely was sad. Shocking, it has to be number 1 besides passing.
That's
was
the word.
And as far as storyline shocking, I think that's definitely number 1 without a hint of a doubt. But it was sad, and I think that everything in his in-ring career between that and the AJ match was definitely heartbreaking to watch. Particularly match in Saudi with DX and him and Kane. It was brutal. Heartbreaking to watch him. And when you watch the documentary, it's heartbreaking to think that he felt like he had to keep chasing that dragon. It was sad. So yeah, heartbreaking is definitely a qualifier in the streak ending. I just don't know if it's the definitive emotion.
Like I said, I think it was worded wrong. I think it just means the 10 times that WWE really got you in the feelings.
Well, and again, even in that qualification, I don't know if it is so much in the feels. It's just more of a what the hell. Like why? Why? Like and you and I have talked about this ad nauseum, Jay, over the last how many years we've been doing this now. You and I together. It should have ended if it was going to be anybody. It should have been Randy. If they weren't going to end it with Randy, then 20-0 should have been it. Period. And as interesting as the program with Punk was, and I think it was a cool little story they threw together literally last minute once Percy died. It was one of those, I think, end of an era should have been just that. None of the three of them should have ever wrestled again.
It's fair. Noah?
I still stand to this day. I understand what you're talking about when it comes to star building, but I think about just the legacy of the streak, not necessarily the man at the expense of it. To this day, my favorite main match of all time, not just streak, but of all time, It's Light versus Darkness, Shawn Michaels versus Undertaker at WrestleMania 25. Considering the two-man's history that necessarily didn't like each other, but when they came into the ring together, it was magic. That match to me was the most on your edge seat, suspension of disbelief I've ever believed in the streak ending its scene. And Shawn Michaels did absolutely anything to make it possible, with the voices of Jared Kimano and JR there as well. All the elements seemed like they were in play. It seemed like it was meant to be. In my opinion, you didn't need somebody to go over by ending Undertaker's streak. You just needed the right type of finale. And I felt that both of those men in WrestleMania in Texas, it was the perfect play. But as far as what the beep, yeah, WrestleMania 30, when it actually happened at the hands of Brock Lesnar, air sucked out of the building, air sucked out of my freaking living room in my old house. It was the last WrestleMania me and my mom watched together, and she couldn't believe it. So it wasn't so much one of those things that, you know, is context of your list wording. It's one of those most shocking moments in the industry's history that we couldn't believe.
James?
I remember that day I couldn't even watch the pay-per-view. I actually had to watch it after the fact, but I remember my friends called me about it, and the funniest story about that was I was actually going through a really bad dehydration fit to the point where I was like uber fucking sick, so I was on the pot for like most of the day. And they called me with that, and I remember just the absolute utter shock of it ending. Just hearing that it ended, set me into such a bad fit that I actually ended up spending the next day in the hospital.
Damn!
So, yeah. Technically, Brock caused me to go to the hospital.
Just like he sent Taker to the hospital.
Yeah, he's not the only one that night.
Right.
So, there you go. There's my story on that.
Mikey?
The streak breaking definitely was sad and shocking. Like I said, I remember I was there. It was the most awkward silence after it took place.
Yep.
Because we had no idea that they were going to finally break the streak, because we thought the streak was going to live forever. Not very many of us watched or even caught on when, I guess, Taker called out Brock at that UFC match. Hey, you want to do it? Talking about the match. I think it could be a little bit more heartbreaking, though, to actually find out whatever truths that Taker and Paul Heyman have finally disclosed to us. You know, whenever Heyman does one of his shows, he goes into great stories. You know, he said, well, Undertaker went to the hospital that night. Brock Lesnar went to his hotel room. Vince McMahon left WrestleMania before Daniel Bryan was crowned.
Yeah.
You know, you get Vince calling for some help in the back. You know, Taker doesn't really remember much. So that, for me, is just a little bit more heartbreaking to actually know the truth than the actual event itself.
I agree.
Fair point. G?
Yeah, I mean, all good points. I mean, I remember me and my buddy were watching WrestleMania, and I was like, edge of my seat, you know, and next thing you know, air was sucked out of the arena, and me and my buddy were just looking at each other like, what the heck just happened? And Mikey just said it best too, you know, after the match years later, we heard everything that happened behind the scenes and stuff like that, and I think that's more of the
sad part, yeah.
The sad part, whereas him losing was the shocking part, like, you know, holy crap. Like, out of all people, Brock Lesnar.
I'm about to say Brock Lesnar showing humanity? What?
Well, again, when we find out that not only did Vince leave and go to the hospital during WrestleMania, which never was unheard of, but Brock was in the car right behind him.
Yeah, I mean, him and Taker, Vince and Taker are like, you know, Taker said he's like a father figure to him.
Yep.
So,
and, you know, when you figure that Paul was instrumental in getting Taker to WWE, it's only natural that he would be there as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Mansfield?
Ooh, okay. So, Taker is my GOAT. Best of all time, Mount Rushmore, top of it, for a reason I'm a fan. Flat out. I didn't have a chance to watch that WrestleMania. This is before I could start watching WrestleManias. I didn't find out the results of WrestleMania until the next morning at school. When I logged on to one of the computers and looked it up on Wikipedia, my heart broke.
Right.
I was numb. Absolutely numb. And when you go back and you watch The Last Ride,
Yeah.
you watch that documentary and you see Taker going through that day.
Yeah.
And saying, you know, the last thing he remembers is like 2 or whatever that afternoon or something. And he can't even remember where he got concussed in the match. Like, holy cow. And the fact that Vince came to his locker room to tell him that the match was changed. That the finish was changed. That's my reaction to that. A lot of the things on the list, I never watched live. I've never actually gone back to see, being the young buck that I am.
Man.
I think you have to couple the streak breaking with Mania 33 and the loss to Roman and the initial retirement. Because that's exactly what that was. That was the retirement until Taker watched that match back. Taker had no plans on getting back in the ring until he watched his match with Roman back. He makes that very clear in the Last Ride documentary.
The last documentary I actually watched, top to bottom.
And I remember that WrestleMania. I remember watching the end of it on my tablet in my college dorm room. I remember watching that match. I remember the ending. I remember crying that night.
Yeah.
So for me, that's for WrestleMania 33. To me, is what the streak breaking, seeing it live for you guys was.
Okay.
I guess you could say so.
Fair enough. Mikey T, welcome to the panel.
Good to see you.
To get you caught up, we're going over. I'm gonna bring this up very quickly. In one of the groups,
I was watching.
Okay, cool. So in one of the groups that I'm in, somebody posted this: the 10 times WWE broke our hearts. I went through, read through it. Now we're going through one by one. So your thoughts on Taker's streak coming to an end, the number 10.
My bad, guys. I was just waiting to tune in, and then out of the blue, I dropped my tray of weed. So that's my excuse. Another weed experience here on open night for Mike C.
That's all right.
At least you didn't throw it in the trash can at the gas station this time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Undertaker. The only issue I had with the Undertaker losing at WrestleMania 30 was the fact that Triple H had just beat Brock Lesnar the year before. You know what I mean? It kind of like threw me off. You know what I mean? The whole believability factor, and it really just kind of turned me off as a fan a little bit, to where it was everybody back in the day used to say, "Oh man, WWE sucks and WWE is predictable." And then I'm like watching that, and I'm just like, damn, this is why some of the people have an issue with the product, because one year Brock Lesnar is losing to Triple H. The guy and then the next year he's beating The Undertaker, when we all know that Undertaker beat Triple H twice in a row. You know what I mean? He beat him
twice in a row, 3 times total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's really the only issue with Brock Lesnar beating The Undertaker that I had as a fan. I think Randy Orton winning the streak or adding The Undertaker to his list of legendary, killing legends. I think it was just a little bit too soon. You know what I mean? And
I get that.
In hindsight, we can see that Randy Orton didn't really need that. But yeah. So I guess we're just sort of talking about how I was feeling when The Undertaker lost the streak.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, that left a void in WrestleMania that I'm not sure has been filled to this day. Where you would, let me know, James, like it just left a void that has not been filled to this day, you know, with actually having an excitement level every year for WrestleMania.
Put it to you this way. Put it to you this way. Ever since Taker lost his streak, the longest running undefeated streak at WrestleMania is now 4-0.
Damn.
And it belongs to none other than Rob Van Dam.
Really? Wow, RVD has the streak right now? That's pretty good.
Well, he better defend it at this year's WrestleMania. No.
Next time they go to Michigan, he'll come out there.
Hey, you know what? SummerSlam might be there next year, so.
So number 9 then on the list is Raw is Owen.
Oh
yes.
my God.
Yes.
And this was one of those things where obviously it happened at the Over the Edge pay-per-view. This is at a time when I wasn't really watching pay-per-views heavily yet. Like I had just seen my first pay-per-view as a fan, Backlash 99. This was the next month. And we just couldn't justify doing it every month yet. It wasn't something we had gone, excuse the pun, all in on just yet.
Right.
So we start to hear about it through the news after the event.
Right.
You know, our top story tonight, WWE wrestler falls to his death in the middle of the pay-per-view. And my dad and I are both like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So tune on to the show the next night and watching Raw's Owen. And I mean, this is one of those where I can definitely say broke our hearts. Because number one, the show is gut-wrenching. Josh, if you have never seen it, see if it is on the Peacock app and watch the full show.
Yeah, I have not seen it, so I'm going to have no comment on this one.
It is definitely worth devoting your time to watching, especially as we near closer to the anniversary of it, the 25th anniversary of it in 2 years.
It is crazy.
Like, you would be doing a disservice to not watch it and then writing a column for No DQ about it. Seriously, you should. But this is definitely one that just runs up and kicks you in the balls because the show in of itself is gut-wrenching. And then you factor in the fact that it was a senseless tragedy that didn't need to happen.
Didn't need to happen, yeah.
We'll go in reverse here, and we'll end with you this time, Meechum. Mikey T, go ahead and kick this one off, and then we'll bypass Josh and keep on moving.
Well, JJ, can you jog my memory a little bit about what happened on the Owen tribute show? If anybody could really, because, you know, what I really remember is, because honestly, me and my brother were, Stat Boy, you got me?
I got you. Basically, all storylines were suspended for one day. It was all about Owen. Everybody wore black armbands, and matches were just go out and have a match, and in between matches, it was just remembering Owen and telling stories.
It was spotlights.
You know, back in the day when my brother and I would be watching, like I would be more on the WCW side. I won't lie, like because I would be the one that was channel flipping back and forth, and my brother would get annoyed by that, and he was like, "Yo, just get out of the room." So I'd have to go to the other room and like watch WCW, not to put that out there like that, but that's what really happened.
WCW.
Yeah, so what I really remember was when Bret Hart and Chris Benoit had the tribute match. That's what I really remember from it, you know, and I thought that was a great match that they put on. You know what I'm saying? So that's really what I mean, Owen Hart was one of my favorite wrestlers, you know what I mean? I was talking about it last week, I think, on Open Mic Night, about how I thought the Black Heart gimmick was really his ticket to the main event. But then when they put him with the, you know, I like the attire that he had when he was with the Nation, you know what I mean? With all the caution
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Looked like a damn road sign.
You know what I
Woo!
mean? I thought it was. Did he really? Was that the parody on him?
That was Jason Sensation doing Owen Hart.
I would love to hear Owen Hart actually say that same parody. That would be hilarious because he could just make fun of himself. You know, the way after that he brought back the blue blazer gimmick. You know what I mean? It was really crazy how much longevity Owen Hart had, going all the way back to his tag team with, I believe, Fatu, right? His tag team with Fatu. Who was his tag team partner meet?
Yoko.
Yoko.
No. I mean the one before that, when they were in the patchy clothing and the baggy pants.
That was actually Coco Beware.
That was Coco
not,
Beware.
Not the
new foundation. That was a.
Yep.
Oh, no,
That's
no,
a whole
no,
different foundation,
no,
James.
No, they were high energy. The new foundation was Owen and Anvil.
I'm just saying he had a lot of
They got off the
longevity.
baggy pants.
He had a hell of a lot of longevity. You know what I mean? We missed out on a lot with Owen Hart. You know what I'm saying? Between everything that we could think of, with a Jeff Jarrett feud to come up, watching Jeff Jarrett's podcast, I'm not sure if he touched on if they were going there with that tag team, but he just had a lot more to offer. You know what I mean? Whether it was just with NXT right now, or whether it is more on the mid card. Didn't look like they wanted to push into the main event, but it was crowded back then.
Yeah. Before we go to Josh, I just want to, as far as the factual stuff, the plan was for him to beat the Godfather that night for the Intercontinental title. So they were going to go into a feud with Jeff because Jeff always considered himself the greatest IC champion of all time. So because Owen had lost himself in the Blazer, Jeff was going to beat the IC title off of the Blazer and beat it out of Owen once and for all, was the plan.
That's some good shit right there.
It
man.
would have been great. It really would have.
Yeah. Maybe I'm on a Norman Bates kick, but Blue Blazer was like, oh, you know what I mean? He was going back and forth. It was kind of like Norman Bates and his mom or something like that. I'm just on a Bates Motel kick, but if anybody else wants to speak on
Big G.
I mean, I didn't start watching wrestling until Royal Rumble '99, so I was still kind of youngish. So, I didn't hear about Owen's death until like years later. And, I'll probably go on Peacock here and try to find it later tomorrow or today or whatever.
That's
rough. Go back and watch that, But yeah, Owen Hart passing away. I mean, you guys have been watching wrestling longer than I have, so it hit you guys harder than it hit me. But still, it sucks, something, because he was supposed to come down the zip line, correct?
He was supposed to rappel into the ring a la Sting.
Yeah, it was more of a Sting like thing.
Okay, yeah, and
supposed to be a superhero-ish entrance because
it's
he was
tragic
in the Blazer.
and it sucks, but I mean, like, they shouldn't have done anything like that to begin with. So, I mean, it sucks. It really sucks.
It's funny you mentioned how you started watching Rumble '99, and we've all been watching longer. I think sometimes you forget, G. I only started watching in August of '98. I started watching SummerSlam of that year.
Gotcha.
So Owen's death really didn't impact me at the time the way it does now in retrospect.
Thank you, Darren.
Because I was still really caught up in the belief structure of everything. So I booed the heels. I cheered the faces. The only exception being The Rock, because he was so damn charismatic, you couldn't help but love him.
Yeah.
But I was one of those guys that completely would always take a steaming pile of crap on Owen Hart because he was such a dastardly heel alongside Jeff Jarrett with Canadian Country that it wasn't until I could go back later when I started wrestling, when I started doing my homework and my research, and I could see the matches that he had, appreciate the catalog that he left for us, and then to go back now and watch Raw Zone, it's a completely different situation.
Right.
Stat Boy?
It was a great show put together. I always like to remember Owen the Prankster, and that show introduced me to that side of Owen. He loved to make everybody laugh, as do I. And of course, the story that I go to is Harley Race and the pot of chili. You never mess with Harley Race's chili. And I didn't know how much hot sauce he put in that chili, but trust me, when Harley tasted his own chili at that barbecue, he damn near burned his lips off, goes into the house, grabs the taser, and starts going after Owen. To the point where I know, to the point where I actually did, when I did meet Harley Race, very quickly I asked him, I'm like, how much hot sauce did Owen put in your pot of chili? He's like, he kind of looked at me, and it took a quick second to register. He's like, how much hot sauce can you handle, sir? And I'm like, not that much. He goes, put not that much times 10. That's how bad that little insert bad word here ruined my chili that day.
How much
So,
can you handle, young man?
exactly.
That's
So
awesome.
yeah, I mean the show is put together nicely.
Oh yeah.
The only downside I didn't like to it was, I believe in the early days of WWE Network, you could not watch the episode. The episode was not allowed on the network due to the legal copyrights or whatever. The family did not want it. So unless you had a VHS copy off of your television, you couldn't watch it. And I do think that like Renegade said, I think it is on Peacock. You know, I think Peacock finally and the family have cut ties or whatever. There's been some kind of agreement.
Yeah, I know why, and we know why now. I mean, sad to say,
Yeah.
but
It is, but it was a great show put together nonetheless.
James?
Okay, so everybody might get hurt by this because I know I was. So it's two schools of thought when this happened. Much like JJ, I would boo the heels and cheer the baby faces. Keep in mind, I was 4, and I was like uber super casual back then, still with wrestling. Like I was basically, 2 years into being like an actual kid and out of the toddler stage mostly. And we actually went to a family's house and watched this show.
Oh, jeez.
Where he passed away. And we found out the day after everything kind of happened. And yeah, that was a wake-up call. Not too long after... I think 2 weeks later, my Nana died, so that was a double whammy right after that. I've seen Owen's Hart work later on since, obviously, now that I've gotten older. I still have not watched that tribute show. Like, to this day, I haven't watched it. I can't bear myself to yet. I don't know if it's just because, like, of the time period when I was a kid, but it hit home more than once, put it that way. It hit probably twice or 3 times.
It's fair. Noah?
It's one of those things that you vaguely remember as a whole, but you still remember the impact of the event. Again, it was 1999. I was only 7 years old. At that time, I was still 90s Nickelodeon kid, and my mom, she was die-hard WWF wrestling fan, keeping me into the business, slowly getting me into it. But again, I talk about Owen Hart, his influences on me. I mean, the first wrestling match, again, I was exposed to was the Harts versus the Bulldog. It wasn't Owen Hart, though, as you know, it was Bret Hart. But then I remember the fallout with Bret and Owen. I remember the Hart Foundation. I remember the match at WrestleMania 10. And all those moments, yes, he was an incredible athlete, but yes, I also know he had a very spontaneous personality. He was out to prove a point that he's more than just, I'm Bret's brother. I could be the main eventer. I could be the guy in this company. And it looked like he was on his way to prominence, and then that. And the fact that WWF went away from their normal agenda just to this show to dedicate and honor the memory of this man, it was just matches. It was just, a respect to Owen Hart and what he brought forward. He was a selfless man. They talk about stories. They talk about how he wanted to focus not just on wrestling, but also spend time with his family, so he spent less on the road. But the biggest thing that hit me was definitely at the end when Stone Cold had a beer and contributed to him and left it in the ring while Owen was on the Titantron. It was one of those things where it's like Stone Cold, he was in that phase where it's like, okay, going against the boss, uber baby face, tweener, whatever the hell you want to call it, stand up against the machine. But you saw a more human side of the Texas Rattlesnake, it seems, versus Kane and Undertaker that were keeping kayfabe. So for me, yeah, it hit me pretty damn hard. I'm not gonna lie. And to go back and watch that type of tribute show and the ones that followed, I think to this day, and Stapler could probably look this up, that's still probably, if not one of the most prominent rated episodes of Monday Night Raw ever.
Yeah, no question. And to your point, Noah, you talk about Austin coming out and toasting and leaving the beer in the ring. Let us not forget that there was no love lost between Steve Williams and Owen Hart.
Yeah.
Because he still held him responsible for that botched pile driver from SummerSlam 97. He was still very much upset with Owen, but he knew what the right thing to do was from a business aspect, from a company aspect, and he went out there and he did it. Jeff, I'll let you go ahead and bring this one home before we go to the next one.
Yeah, it's different looking back now than in the moment. And as far as the powder thing, yeah, it was one of those. It wasn't so much the powder; it was the fact that Owen never bothered to check, and Steve found out years later from Brett that Owen was so despondent about that he didn't know how to approach it, right? But yeah, So I wasn't watching the show that night. Much like you, JJ, I was a fan for years at that point, but the finances were what they were in 1999. So I was getting information fed to us as we could through the news, through the very, very young internet.
Mm-hmm.
And then you tune into USA Network the next night, and everything becomes really real, really quick.
Yeah.
And
I remember my dad and I went on to eBay and we actually bought a VHS that someone had recorded.
Oh yeah.
Of Over the Edge 99 with a couple of different local news briefs after the show.
Yeah. So, for perspective, so you guys mentioned the VHSs. Somewhere in this menagerie of shit as we try to move out of this house is a VHS, and on that VHS is Raw as Owen, the finale of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and the finale of Home Improvement, which all happened within about 2 weeks of each other. Pretty sure me as a fan of TV and wrestling, right?
Yeah,
pretty much.
My favorite shows are done, and Owen Hart passes away. It's just a shitty couple weeks. And
over in one of my books of burned DVDs, I have Raw as Owen on a burned DVD.
Yes. We had the A Tribute show on burned DVDs before WWE made it a popular thing on their own DVD releases.
Yeah.
Anyway. When you're in the moment, it was so hard. And JJ, you and I have met so many and acquainted and become friends with so many people that were on that tribute show. I mean, I remember Percy, reading the entry he read. Talking with Jeff over the years. Exactly. It's just so. It hits you so much more as years go on because you meet the people that were there, you become friends with people that were there, and you just go, man, they had to summon everything they possibly could to get through it. And then you think about Brett, who was literally flying to LA to start the angle with Kevin Nash that was going to be kind of played on the Jay Leno show, the Night Show. And he's on the airplane, and they get the call from the pilot that there's bad news, and Brett knew it was him before he even knew it was him, right? Just a trickle-down effect that just hit everybody. This definitely belongs on the heartbreaking list.
Yeah, definitely.
Awful. The show itself was what it was, I think, and this is me from a purely cynical standpoint. they saw the error of their ways in the way they handled Brian's death, with having Melanie on right then and there, and decided not to go that route and just have the boys talk, and have just have them say their piece about it. And I found it very unique. They had Shane talk about the relationship with the Hart family. And you look back now and you go, how much of that was corporate and to make sure that what ended up happening, the lawsuit from Martha, of course, didn't happen, because Montreal was still so raw for Brett. It remained raw for Brett until the very end of it when they beat the storyline himself. But he lost his job. He lost his self-respect. At least it's time to wake up, Mikey, if you're asleep.
He was just on his phone.
Just giving you.
He's thinking.
Just give you a little shit there, Mikey. Lisa can't, because she can't be on camera because the little one's asleep at the house. So
I might actually be tapping soon too, so Josh won't be the only one.
Yeah, I actually had a recommendation after Jeff finishes his thought.
Yeah.
So one by one, they'll be dropping like flies. Continue, Jeff.
I'm kind of rambling about this because this one really hit me hard, very, very hard. Still does to this day. But I think it was just, it was really the first dose of these aren't just television characters; these are people. And even Brian's death, I don't think hit us near as hard as Owens did. And every subsequent moment since then, Eddie, Chris, we'll refer to Eddie later, been one of those, okay, these are real people and they're really dying. The business is so screwed up. So, anyway.
It's changed for the better, that's for sure, when it comes to that.
As far as that goes, yes, but god damn mother trucker.
Jeff, find something to actually hold the.
I'm
phone
trying to. I don't have. I'm very limited in what I have at this house, so I'm sorry.
You're fine, man.
You're fine.
James, you were going to make a suggestion?
So I feel like if we try to go through this entire top 10, we're gonna be here at by latest 5 in the freaking morning East Coast. So my suggestion is, I say we put a pin on this, and then we continue it next week, and then the week after, and we'll go 2 at a time as we go on, or however many we can per episode. That way we can actually go through this list and give full details, and if anybody that wants to give their thoughts on here, they could be in the comment section or actually with us and give their thoughts on this list.
That's a fair thought. I say let's do one more.
Okay.
Do 3, and then 4 the following week, because the whole goal is to not have any wrestling talk on our eve of Christmas Eve open mic night.
Yeah, you're right.
So we want to try and get this all tied up in a bow. I know, I see Noah there. Why? What am I going to talk about? I don't talk about anything other than wrestling. And when I try to support professional sports like college football, I get crapped on.
Fuck that daggone sport! Don't you bring that shit up here!
Noah, don't worry. I'll help with the Christmas episode.
We're all going to be here. Everybody here is invited, as well as people we've had in the past. But
it'll be an open mic night Christmas party.
I say we do one more. We'll do the SmackDown after 9/11, and then we'll table the next 3 for next week.
Oh, yeah. That's fine.
I didn't think we were going for this whole list tonight anyway. So James just basically calling it out. Brilliant idea.
No, I basically wasn't figuring to do it either. I was going to cut it into half, but I think doing it in thirds is a little bit better, because
considering how many bodies you got tonight.
Yeah, we've got a lot of people in the room, and we've got a couple of topics that are going to be pretty time consuming anyway. So
James is a great
the
organizer.
SmackDown after 9/11.
Wait, real quick, Josh has his hand raised.
Yes.
Quick thing, because I've never watched that show either. I've just seen the little clips here and there.
All right, man.
And being that it's 12:30 over here, I need to bow out.
Fair
so,
enough.
Thank you guys. Love you guys. And good luck with the rest of the topics. Screw that shit up north. You suck for that today. OH.
Josh, before you go, who is United States Heavyweight Champion.
Whoa! Whoa!
Austin Theory. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Are you serious?
I acknowledge Austin Theory, but fuck you, JJ.
He'll take
it. Bill Belichick.
Wow,
Yes,
there it goes.
always that.
Tonight.
Always that.
Damn sports reference. All right.
All right, Josh. Thank you for joining us. Very quickly before we get into the other one, as always, you can catch Josh.
Yes.
At CatholicJosh122 on the Twitter. And
As long as it's
at
up.
MallowManGram on Instagram. That is where you can contact the Cleveland combatant,
Yes.
Josh Mansfield.
So, I
the-
watched the 9/11 SmackDown last, but since we're going, in another order again, I'll go ahead and just be very brief about it because I've talked about this a lot.
Well, no, I mean, if you want to go last, we can jockey around it. I was gonna say, huh?
Whatever works for you, brother.
I was gonna say, the SmackDown after 9/11. If you really want to get in depth, me and Jeff's take on it.
Yeah.
There is an episode of Dad's Not Always on Wrestling we did when we first relaunched in 2020.
Yes.
All about this topic.
Yeah.
Like me and Jeff dove deep into it.
Yes.
I will say these two quick things about it, and then we'll go over to Stat Boy.
Yeah.
Number one, for years and years and years, when mixed CDs were a thing, I would always start my mix CDs with the WWE signature, the theme song for Raw or SmackDown, regarding just depended on which show's themes I was making on that disc.
Yep.
And Lillian Garcia's rendition of the Star Spangled Banner from that show.
Yep. That's the biggest thing I definitely take away from that. Her best audible of that ever.
Yeah. I have seen her perform it at multiple shows.
WrestleMania.
I have seen her and heard her renditions so many times, but there is no more emotional version than the version she sang that night with the entire WWE roster on the entrance ramp.
Yeah.
Including the Alliance. Let's not forget that. They suspended that for
They suspended that storyline.
just for a moment. They
Yeah.
still did the wrestling that night. They still did the storylines that night for the most part, but it was still very much the Alliance, the WCW guys, WWF guys coming together because it was so much bigger than anything.
And then that night, the words spoken by Bradshaw will forever resonate in my soul because that is the Bradshaw I wanted to be champion.
Yep.
Can't argue that.
Mikey.
Well,
Stat Boy Mikey.
Yes, Stat Boy Mike, sorry.
Oh, my bad.
There are two mics.
Imagine there would have been a T at the end of it.
No, I got you.
It's all right. It happens a lot. The 9/11 show, of course, is one of the top 5 that I enjoy. If Vince McMahon ever did decide to run for president, the speech that he gave should have been his in whatever speech, his acceptance speech or whatever.
His approved message.
Yeah, his approved message, because the that wasn't his character, that was him. That was him talking.
Yep.
You know, he basically told the world, you know, we'll get through this, we'll stand up, we'll back our president. And to those responsible, like Bradshaw said, we're going to find you. And in a sense they have, and in a sense they did. And you know, we bounced back, and we're giving the people that were responsible a big, hey, we're not afraid of you anymore. You're not sure. You may have landed a couple good shots, but I'm going to get right back up, and I'm going to come back at you harder than ever. And I don't mean that. Now that I said that, I didn't mean that, you know, the planes hitting the towers were the shots. I didn't want that to come off.
No. We know what you meant.
You're fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost 12:30 on the East Coast, so I'm pretty much getting ready to crash out myself. So, yeah, I would have loved to have seen some kind of political office campaign for Vince, because he wasn't in his suit that night. He was in a nice shirt and slacks, and it was Vince being Vince.
Noah.
Vince the Human versus Vince the Booker. It was a day that humbled all of us, but also reminded us that we are still strong. You might have us down for a moment, but we will get back up. We will keep on fighting. It was a message of empowerment. It was a show that focused on what the WWE believed that we needed in a time of devastation, and that was entertainment. At the end of the day, like you said, Jeff, they still continue the storylines, and it's still led by good old JR, Jim Ross's voice at ringside. You consider the powerful emotion behind the opening with that Ross there and Lily Garcia singing. That's still the most important moment of that entire episode for me to this day. And then you consider what the roster, those hardworking men and women, still did for our entertainment. We didn't ignore the events, but we didn't let them hold our down either. And for the first time I can remember, JBL not being the practical dickhead we wanted to see his ass get kicked. He was being the guy that you wanted to support because we believed in what he meant. We wanted revenge, but we also didn't want to focus on that angst. We wanted to keep moving forward, and we wanted at the end of the day to also still bring you sports entertainment. That 2-hour show, 90 minutes on air with commercials, it was an episode for empowerment that I felt changed the nation for the better since. And not necessarily brought more eyes to the WWE, WWF, but it definitely brought more light to what we need to do as citizens of the United States of America.
Yeah,
well said. Big G?
So yeah, I was still a youngin' when 9/11 happened. But I've got since then. I went back on the network and I watched that episode back and forth so many times. I've watched clips on YouTube here and there, and then it hit home big time. You guys all made great points. The thing I remember the most is Lillian Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and the speeches that Vince did and JBL did. I mean, I really didn't. I mean, the wrestling was there too, but and Vince said that was the first sports thing since 9/11.
First gathering.
Yeah. First gathering of that size publicly.
Yeah,
since the event 2 days prior.
WWE wanted to do something for America, and they sure did. They brought everybody back together.
James?
Lord knows I've talked a lot of crap about Vince over the years, but the one thing you can't take away from him, man, is his patriotism. Like, that's the sign of what a patriot should be, regardless of your political beliefs. I think he, within the confines of the law, which, for Vince is, as I said, is, more bent than not, absolutely the epitome of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that night. Like, his
the American dream.
His speech that night was out of this world good. Bradshaw's speech was so freaking great. The Rock was really good. I remember all those speeches. Even the Stephanie one, which I try to forget.
Because that was whiny great on your eardrum, Stephanie, when she still had like the Vicky Guerrero pitch to her voice.
You are not kidding.
The less we think about that, the better off we are.
Yes. But yeah, it is what it is, man. It's one of the best shows ever over a tragedy that really should have never happened, and it's a shame that it did. But just seeing all those people come together in solidarity was out of this world, and I think wrestling did that, and it's out of this world. And then Lillian, man, I'm shocked she didn't get more gigs after that. Like, I know it was more important than that, but just that performance alone of the national anthem should have won her an Oscar. Should have gotten her record deals all over the country.
She's doing fine right now.
I know that, but she should be way more famous than she is just for that alone. I to this day, I mean this. So, and this is
probably why she got the chance, James, because Lillian did have a chance for a record deal or something like that, from what I remember.
Oh well, that's
Didn't she
good.
leave WWE and all that?
I think she did for a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I think probably that's interesting you say that, because probably based off something like this, she did get an opportunity like that.
I want to point out, like, to this day, I have not heard a rendition of the Star Spangled Banner as good as hers.
Damn it.
I stand by that, and I've heard a lot in my lifetime. Nothing comes close to that performance of it.
I was going to say, since then, yeah. I mean, prior to that, you could definitely argue Whitney Houston's from the Super Bowl.
Maybe.
Oh, my God. The
Maybe,
queen.
yeah.
But since this, yeah. Mikey T.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pic right now of The Rock with the Just Bring It shirt, and Vince.
Yeah.
And Vince with his white shirt. I remember it. You know what I mean? I can remember it. You know, I was in like 6th grade back then when this actually happened. Yeah, you know, they
So Jeff and Statboy, how are your spines curving like
Now, that's a
mine and all of this? Oh, I was 4 years old. I was 9 years old. I was in 6th grade talk.
You'll have to forgive me. I can't hear in my old age. I apologize.
So that's a rumor.
I mean, I was like, what was I? I was like 13 years old or something like that.
I was 9 years old in 4th grade.
What was that? Was I 13 if I was born in 88? I think that'd make me 13, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and Noah, I believe this is actually looking at the card right now. This is actually when it was the APA, not the Bradshaw that you would, because
this was before he was dickhead. You're right.
Yeah, I never in my life thought Bradshaw was going to get the opportunity to be the dickhead JBL, as you call him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, when he did get that opportunity, they did botch it. You know what I mean? They did botch it. You know what I mean? For crying out loud, Eddie Guerrero should have just kicked his ass, and that should have been done with. But, you know what I mean? I guess they really had nobody else back then. But looking over the card, you know what I mean? You are right. They have, like, the Hardy Boys versus Lance Storm and the Hurricane. A little odd. Don't remember that so much. Yeah. Rob Van Dam versus Spike Dudley.
You have to put in context of 2001, Mikey T.
Yeah, they were in the midst of the alliance. So Lance Storm and the Hurricane were Team Alliance.
All right. Rob Van Dam, wasn't he going back and forth between the WWE? Is that why it's Rob Van Dam?
He was on the alliance. Spike didn't turn on WWF and join his brother, so he was Team WWF.
Chris Jericho versus Christian.
That was cool.
Christian had turned his back on the WWF and joined the alliance. Jericho did not. He stayed with the WWF.
See, that was a bit of bad booking back then. You know what I mean? But I see why they had to do it, because they had to push the narrative of Christian being a heel. The Rock defeated Sean Stasiak. My Lord.
Oh, my God. I forgot that was a match, you know.
That's what Jeff was talking about earlier. They kept it going with the alliance.
Hold on, Jeff.
The whole thing that whole summer with trying to get up in the Rock shit, that was just part of it.
Yeah, exactly. They kept the narratives going during this show because they felt like they had to do that.
Yeah.
The APA versus X Factor, had X Factor gone over to the alliance, or was this just tag team action?
They were just assholes. It was Sean in the apex of his X-Pac heat. I mean, that's straight up what that was.
Yeah. You were rapping their song last week, weren't you, Meech?
For shit was not on purpose.
You're dealing with the X Factor.
Everything I never wanted, I'll never get that back. It's probably
Here we go again, you guys. Booker T versus The Big Show.
Yeah.
Why is it
WCW?
Because Big Show didn't turn his back. He was still Team WWF.
Well,
it wasn't until 06 he turned on their back.
That's
for the,
right.
For the 70th time turning heel.
And then you had two Canadians facing each other with Chris Jericho and Christian.
Yes.
Yeah,
and they chanted USA, I think.
Right?
They did.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, in fairness, the
Kurt Angle.
gesture was nice that one time, at least.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, main event Kurt Angle and Rhino. You know what I mean?
That was actually pretty good. Believe it or not.
Rhino, Canadian, although he's from Detroit.
Yes, Stat Boy, before we throw it to Jeff.
I'm going to say my goodnights and I'm going to take off. So thanks for having me on the show, guys, and I'll see you all in the sports bar on Tuesday.
Yes.
Very much, Stat Boy. Don't
Yeah,
be a stranger now.
Definitely PM me,
won't.
Mikey, if you want intro and logo and shit.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, sir.
We also had Lita versus Ivory, and that was a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Well, Ivory was also part of the Alliance, which I found very bizarre. But anyway,
yeah.
Again, the whole storyline was the Alliance thing was just kind of what it was. But
Meacham, go ahead and put a bow on this one.
Yeah, this is one of those. I think I have the most unique perspective of anybody in the room, and I say that because I was still very much in recovery mode from my car accident, the one that I've talked about all these years that changed my life and still affects my life to this day. And the morning of the 11th, I had finally gone to bed the previous night because I was either in bed or on the couch over here, just kind of existing for the first couple months after my accident. And I remember waking up finally after being tried to be woken up 2 times prior that day and coming around that corner right here and watching the replay of the second plane hitting the tower. It was just a horrible day, horrible week. We lost my grandfather that week, my mom's father. Of course, my accident was the week before, 2 weeks before that.
Jeez.
But I remember the WWF broadcast, of course, and it was. I don't know if I'd classify it as heartbreaking though. I'd classify it as empowering.
Yeah.
Yes.
For the country.
Yes.
Vince motivating us again. Lillian Garcia, the only reason I will ever put anybody in Lillian Garcia's category of singing the anthem is because I am a LA Kings boy, and Pia Toscano was our good luck charm singing that anthem as she beautifully did all those seasons. But Lillian's
especially during that run to the first cut.
Right, especially powerful for Lillian because her father, I believe, was in the tower and managed to get out.
She was also crying as she said the last word.
It was either her father was there or she had a friend that worked there that didn't end up not going to work. It was something related to working there. Zelina Vega's father was in the tower and he passed. It was
She
awful.
came out and
for
talked
her.
about that.
She's talked about that in recent years. So it was crazy. It was a crazy time. And then I remember the WWF show, which is wonderful. I remember 2 other things from 9/11 time, and we'll move on. I remember Lee Greenwood at the Yankees game singing "God Bless the USA," which was wonderful to hear that song after such a horrible thing. And I remember, I forget how many weeks after it was, but it was the first SNL after the tragedy. And Mayor Giuliani, before he lost his damn mind, was out there with Lorne Michaels, who had already lost his mind previously with Lorne Michaels.
Lorne Michaels doing Lorne Michaels things.
Normal.
Booking sweaty balls.
I was over that after the day. Fucking hell. I'm watching Hooker's thing today before the show, guys, for the record. Back before, 7 hours ago. Anyway, I remember Lauren turning to Mayor Giuliani and going, "Can we be funny?" And Rudy deadpan and goes, "Why should you start now?" Like, damn! Like, that was SNL shitting on themselves. Because, it was in New York, right? It was one of those, it was in New York. The Yankees had their game, and that was big. And SNL has always been a New York staple. And for them to go back to work, be able to do their show live, it was an incredibly, again, an empowering moment. The WWF was the first. 2 days after everything went down, they were live in Houston, which is a major hub for this country. You figure Texas is right, the heart of Texas, right?
Yep.
And I'm gonna get a little Conrad kiss ass here briefly because of Bruce Pritchard being from Houston and being at that show and just him talking about it on the podcast, all these years later, just how special it was for him, of course, but for Vince. James mentioned earlier, we all shit on Vince. There's no shying away from it. But Vince is very few good things about him have ever come out over the years. But he is a patriot. He is very much a proud American.
Yep.
And for him to be able to stand in the middle of that ring and just tell the terrorists, where to get off and be able to introduce Lillian and be able to start that show was so important.
Yes.
For him and for us as fans as well. So it was a wonderful moment. And I wouldn't call it heartbreaking. I call it empowering.
It was great. Yeah, it was a great show just for that alone, honestly.
It was so necessary.
The fact that Lillian did that a cappella while holding it together till the very end, until she broke out crying while saying "brave." Again,
She's pro. She's one of my favorite wrestling people ever. Period. She always will be.
Yeah. She was always a doll when I would encounter her at the shows.
Yep. Right. She's one of the good ones that's come out of the Attitude Era.
Yeah,
Still.
right.
Yeah, that's a freaking rare commodity. God bless her.
Exactly.
Yes.
All right. So,
woo, that was rough.
That is it for those topics. Like I said, we'll get more in depth into some of those next week as well.
All right.
Jeff briefly mentioned on the show about the news that came out that Randy Orton may end up having to retire. Jeff, do you want to address what you heard, what you read, what was released to you information-wise?
Yeah. So what I do know is, he originally, took time off to get surgery on something else, from what I understand. And it turns out he's actually had the fusion surgery. Which is pretty much career death sentence, as we all know.
Yeah.
Yes, Edge has come back from it. Yes, Saraya has come back from it. Yes, Austin had the match this year. But Randy's 20 years in and having the surgery.
Yep.
That's not good. Randy, has having to, our friend to the north who was going to be on camera. I don't know if she's still in the chat room. She may have gone to bed. God love her. And she's got a little one home trying to go to sleep too. I know that he wanted to go on his own terms, like they all do, like Adam did.
Yeah.
Like Saraya wanted to and didn't have the chance at first. And, Steve also, didn't have the choice. He didn't have a say in the matter. But again, Randy, he's 20 years into his WWE career, and he's just not having the surgery. It's probably not a good sign, right? And he looked fried in that pic because he's freaking high as a kite from the pain medication, I'm sure, from post-surgery.
No shit, you have to be. You have to be.
Seriously, if you're not on freaking Novocaine or not Novocaine, that's stale. If you're not on freaking pain medication post surgery for that kind of surgery, then you're freaking Kryptonian or Godzilla.
Yeah,
or John Cena.
Or no, even John. You and I both know that's bullshit.
Yep.
Anyway, woo, yeah. John post surgery is a fun conversation. Anyway,
conversation for another day.
You brought up Kryptonian, and we all know how he's Super Cena, so that's why I went there.
But I'm in more trouble than I wanted to be. Okay, cool.
Anyway, back to what you're saying, Jeff.
Straight edge CM Punk,
Right. Yeah, maybe he can use a pain med and wouldn't be such a freaking asshole about life now. Anyway.
Yeah, we'll get to that later.
Yeah, we'll get to definitely.
Oh Lord.
But yeah, with Randy, it's unfortunate. If the announcements come out that he is retired, we'll definitely do a full piece. We did the career tribute earlier because it was his 20th anniversary this year. So there's not a whole lot more we can whack proxy on with Randy because we win in everything. In spite of JJ's back and forth with Randy over the years, and JJ's father's back and forth with Randy. Well, no, he's never got back and forth. He has not wavered about Randy. I
was going to say, what is this back and forth you speak of? I have been a Randy Orton fan from day one-ish.
Okay, so
me and Sandy Stars are the only two Randy Orton fans that have been down since day one ish.
Fair enough.
Then I will restate my statement and the back and forth between you and your father about Randy Orton.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and my dad liked him at first until he found out the news about Randy going AWOL from the military.
Of course.
And from that moment on, he never wavered on his opinion of him.
No. Other than the moment.
And rightfully so, from his mentality and standpoint.
Of course. The match with Cactus got a brief little glimmer, but that was about it. And you know what? If there was a match that would get the respect out of anybody, it's definitely that match with Mick Foley, because damn it, put his life
That
on
was the one that did it for me. That was the one that did it for me.
Yep. But if it is indeed going to come out that he is going to retire, then and if our friend, or if she's still watching, please let him know that the entire network wishes him the best, and we will definitely wish him well as he moves on into continuing to be a good father and a good husband and a good citizen, because Lord knows his time in WWE has been a mixed bag of being a good boy and being a bad boy. So
yeah, we hope the best for him for sure.
Randy, neck and back trauma. I think at least the two people in the upper left in this room can speak on how bad back and neck trauma can be. And we're not professional athletes. So Randy's got to be hurting, and he's got to be just heartbroken. So we're talking about heartbreaking. That's definitely...
That, yeah.
I'm not saying a goddamn thing.
Wow.
You not saying a thing right now, Jeff, is what's best for business. Moving right along.
Yeah, best for the business of keeping my body intact and keeping my eardrums from getting bled out. Anyway, yes. Andy, we wish you well, brother. We love you. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. You know, much to the same vein of Emmanuel, you know, I got behind him, like I said, from day one, and I never wavered. There's a reason why I thought he should have been the one to end the streak.
Exactly.
You know, Randy was too good for his own good.
Yes.
And he knew it.
Yep.
Much like another champion for another federation who is better than you and knows it.
Yeah.
You know, we've mentioned it a few times, and I've seen it in other wrestling chats and groups and posts too. Austin Theory is very much showing a Randy Orton-esque side to him here lately.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, and if Randy is going to take that step away, as much as it'll pain me to see it, as much as my dad will be throwing a fucking celebration party in St. Petersburg, Florida,
right.
Theory very easily could slide and slither into that position.
Yeah. But
what is Jerry's stance on Theory? Do you know that by chance?
I do not know what he thinks of Theory.
Just curious.
And I know that it is 1 o'clock in the morning, so he is looking to the back of his eyelids right now.
Yes, because he's still retired yet. So,
but when you are producing Stat Boy Sports Bar on Tuesday, when he makes his obligatory cameo in the chat room, you can throw that out there to him and see what he says.
I definitely will, because the Cowboys won again this week, so I'll be okay talking to Jerry this week.
Yeah. Do any of the other gentlemen in the room have anything to add about the potential retirement of Randy Orton?
It's one of those things where I consider, again, you kind of like tie it up with, you know, The Undertaker and others. It's about chasing the dragon. You think about Randy Orton, who's done everything, and then he was recently in a stint, it felt like, and then he kind of like, you know, got back into the fun that brought him into the business and made him longevity in the first place with that entertaining program of Strange Bedfellows with Matt Riddle that became RK Bro. It's almost like it was that last fun stance for Randy Orton, but I also wondered, was there still more that he wanted to do? What else was left? Was there going to be a follow-up for the Matt Riddle? Could he and Bray Wyatt maybe have a program down the line? Did Randy Orton get everything he wanted out of his run? Literally, like we talked about the original 4 of that class will be a W. He's the last one to go the longest distance consistently. But I do consider the extent of these surgeries does, of course, have everything to do with the fact that he has constantly had so much impact on the back of his neck, on his side, on his back. RKO involves a full flat bump, and there's no doubt that some of those times it wasn't necessarily executed the proper way, wear and tear had to come into play eventually. And there were moments where he may have not been in the right headspace, but in his recent run, I definitely have respected what he's brought forward and his work ethic. So honestly, at this point, I just hope Randy, if this is it, he got everything he wanted out of it, but hopefully he can accept it. It's one thing to know that you might be done. It's another thing to be able to come with that closure that you're done. I wish Randy Orton the best no matter what the future holds for him.
I think it's a shame that we won't be able to get that match that we all knew was coming with Orton versus Riddle.
Bro.
You know, we were talking about it for the longest time about how Riddle should be the one to turn on Randy because Randy let his guard down and used the F word, friend.
Yes.
And we just never got that finality to that angle.
I still remember Jeff saying at the Royal Rumble, throw him over, Randy. Gosh dang it.
Yeah, right. Where did Jeff go, by the way? What happened?
He had to step out for a minute. James, what are your thoughts on this? Or Mikey T? Either of you have anything else you want to add to it?
James, would you like to take it?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, get well, man. Like whoever, and I'll echo the same sentiments. Whoever the Canadian friend was of Jeff, let him know we wish him the best for real. Like that sucks.
That would be this young lady that you sometimes see the comments pop up
so
from.
that's her. Yeah, I hope. If you're still watching it, you could join us in the chat and keep us updated. But
we appreciate you, William J, always for your support. And please, on behalf of all of us, again, we wish the human being Randy Orton the absolute best in whatever the future holds for him.
Yeah, and the performer for sure too.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you care more about the person versus the sports entertainer. Again, wrestlers are real people.
A, to answer your question, considering the news we're getting, I think it's going to be Jeff Hardy. Whether we like it or not.
That's a whole different...
Because Randy's injury is career-threatening. Jeff's is not. Jeff is mental and...
Yeah, don't even get me started.
I know. I'm just saying, whether we want the return or not,
he's coming. Yeah.
That's the one that is the most logical to come first.
I actually saw something earlier today that also really makes me concerned for another all-time great, Dustin Rhodes. We talked about Dusty Rhodes and, of course, the brainchild with the idea with WarGames. Dustin Rhodes, unfortunately, he's going into double knee replacement surgery, and he's 50 years old, and he's been in the business longer than Randy Orton. Maybe not as long as the entire Orton family bloodline. Of course, Randy Orton being second generation after Bob Orton, but still, it's no joke what these people do for our entertainment and for their livelihood.
Yeah.
Teen Mike X, I agree. I wanted Randy to be the one to break Ric Flair's WWE record also.
I felt like he was the one to do it, honestly. Again, he's the last. You want to talk about the end of an era, the last of a generation? Randy Orton is that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mikey T?
I've watched Randy Orton since he first got into the WWE or EFA. He was in 2002. Were they WWE by then? I can't.
When he debuted on SmackDown, they were still the WWF, but only for a couple more weeks.
Okay,
yeah,
so it was super close.
Yeah, so he debuted and he got a bunch of wins. you know. But then it was just like evident, kind of like he was almost in that Hardy Boy type of lane, if you will, when they were wearing the plaid pants. You know what I mean? But he got a few more. He got a few more wins than them because they were pushing him at first. He had some match with Brock Lesnar, and it just kind of seemed like it was it for him.
Yeah.
And then I trying to remember, he got injured. He turned heel.
Randy News Network.
The elbow.
Network. It still wasn't catching all the way, although some people loved it. That's a gimmick that, you know, kind of was like one of Cody Rhodes' secondary gimmicks. You know, it was like, this ain't going to be the whole thing, but it's going to get us from point A to point B.
Progress.
I was already an Orton fan by that point, but that's when I saw the superstar status in him.
Yep.
You saw
Doing the
more
Randy News
personality.
Network.
You
Yep.
saw more personality versus what he could do.
He got to cut more promos and show his personality, and that just shined through when he joined Evolution as well.
Yep. But also, let's keep this in mind, guys. Triple H made Randy Orton make a choice. Triple H had to make sure Randy Orton realized what he was getting into, being underneath Triple H in leadership and guidance. You will not be one of the boys in the locker room. You will be isolated. You will be booed. But this is for your career, and truly, it's all or nothing. You have to fully commit to this, or you're dead in the water. That was a choice that Randy Orton really had to make, and he did.
Yeah, they were molding him into a superstar. They were like, this is the next superstar. And then what they did that really got Randy Orton over was start having Ric Flair come to ringside with him.
Yep.
Because when he first started getting involved with Evolution, it was like, all right, you got Randy Orton, but he really couldn't get the win. We as the fan remembered that he couldn't get the win. But then in these matches, you'd have Flair on the outside of the ring. You'd almost have a reason to be interested in the match.
Exactly.
And then it became to a certain point where he didn't need Ric Flair's help. Ric Flair would obviously move on to, tag team with Batista. Rub off on Batista a little bit. But, Randy Orton, man, that's how I really feel like he came up. Now, in comparison to MJF, I feel like he's better in the ring than MJF, but MJF is much better on the mic because MJF is like a more proactive on the mic. Randy Orton's more responsive. You know, Randy Orton, I'll admit I've missed a lot of that John Cena, Randy Orton feud. If it really lasted as long as much as everyone said, I guess I was out of tune for a while. I'm not.
It never stopped, technically. It kept getting rebooted.
Yeah, it never really stopped until they were both out, pretty much.
Because I really wanted to do that match in like a wrestling game, and my brother was like, "This match always happens, Mike." And I'm just like, "Oh, I didn't know. I just thought this would have been a classic match."
Somewhere out there, there's a meme of every match graphic between the two of them. It literally takes up either one or two complete YouTube thumbnails. It's like, God damn.
Yeah.
It's crazy. They fought each other. They fought each other in every match possible.
Yeah, every match possible on every type of show possible. TV, pay-per-view. Yeah, it's bananas. It really is.
A show, B show, C show, even.
Right?
House show.
Developmental.
I bet you somewhere there's a clip of them two on Velocity. I really
bet.
believe that exists.
Yeah. John Cena versus Randy Orton. Fucking roll up boy John Cena versus crossbody Randy Orton. Let's go. That's
when John Cena was still wearing the laser tights.
And John Cena wearing the same color trunk and knee pads.
It was kind of embarrassing, I guess, that John Cena with the jeans kept beating Randy Orton. But in all honesty, we weren't. It wasn't as a fan. I loved Randy Orton. You know what I mean? But I was not sold that Randy Orton was gonna be there forever. They took the title right off of him.
Yeah.
With Triple H.
Yeah.
That basically, you know what I mean?
His feud with Taker absolutely saved him.
Oh, no doubt.
Well, so if you've gone back and watched the Ruthless Aggression series on Peacock / the network,
The Cock, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Not really. That's okay. So when Batista got hurt, they tried to put Jindrak in there, and Jindrak was everything Randy had been, just amplified, and he was just such an immature shit that it was going to drag Randy down. Luckily, Dave got better. Jindrak got booed, and then, like you said, I would say, as much as Benoit was the MVP of 2004, and he was, I think Randy Orton's story in 2004 into WrestleMania 2005 with The Undertaker and throughout the rest of that year is really what saved him from getting the Jindrak treatment.
Hold on, Jeff. Does nobody agree that I like what you just laid out right there? But Randy Orton going on to face Undertaker the next year at WrestleMania from defeating Mick Foley, I believe, the year prior, it does not mean he needs to take the title off of Chris Benoit. Does nobody else agree that that was bullshit? That they took the title off of Benoit, or we're just rating shit or something?
So I think, and again, this is kind of going off topic of attributing Randy, but I'll go ahead and answer that question.
And I'll piggyback off of Jeff. Go ahead.
Yeah. Right. I think what happened with Benoit's world title reign is they had the beautiful moment at WrestleMania that doesn't exist anymore because the belt literally floated out of the garden into Toronto for Randy, if you go by official WWE history nowadays.
Yeah.
At the incredible moment at Backlash, at a Backlash show that honestly was okay, but the main event was freaking stellar. The rematch and triple threat match. And then he kept battling Hunter. I think if they'd given Benoit a wider variety of opponent other than
Hunter,
Triple H for almost the entire 5 months, and then Kane I think it was Bad Bloody Face Kane.
Yes.
I think Benoit's reign could have sustained. Here's the thing with both Benoit and Eddie. I will never, ever take away technical prowess from either one of those guys. Ever, ever. Nor will I ever discount Eddie's credibility on the charisma scale.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, neither one of them are big burly giants. And that's what Vince always liked, which is why JBL beat Eddie Guerrero. Which is why, even if Randy Orton did beat Benoit, the title ended up back with son-in-law. Because Vince knew that he was reliable. And that's why the Reign of Terror continued for those 3 years, between 02 and 05, with little blips along the way that didn't quite sustain. I think Chris Benoit and Eddie Guerrero were a victim of their own stories. In that, Benoit's 18-year odyssey has been, whatever, and, Eddie, getting the shaft in WCW and his overcoming the addictions and everything. I think both of them had incredible, amazing journeys to the title. The trouble was, their stories were the journey, not the destination.
Not the destination.
Absolutely. I was gonna make a more modern day comparison here, and Chris Benoit's title reign was very much Hangman Adam Page.
Yep.
The journey versus the destination. Because once he reached the destination, pretty much at that point, he was just relaxing on vacation in the eyes of everybody that supported him.
And Randy Orton's win was pulling the trigger at the right time, whereas Tony Khan failed to pull the trigger at the proper moment with the Acclaimed and had to do it on a makeup show further down the road. WWE saw the groundswell that was getting behind Orton, which is why he dropped the belt at the July show and then won the title in August at SummerSlam. They could see the movement behind him, so they pulled the trigger at the right moment.
The problem,
granted, Randy was transitional at best,
right?
Much like Benoit was,
right?
But they still backed the person at the right moment. It's just that Randy had all that backstage heat for his attitude. It was wrong time, but they needed to figure a way out of the Benoit situation. because they weren't booking him properly. So they got it onto Randy, taking a shot at that upswell, and then got it back to someone they knew they could rely on. Jeff, I know I've stepped on you a couple times there while I was getting my thought out. Go ahead.
That was my fault. I was actually stepping on you, so I appreciate the allowance, but I was stepping on you. That's
right, Lisa. Big meaty men doing big meaty men things.
Yes.
Even before Big E mentioned it, and here's an interesting stat for you, because the WWE, it's not just what we watch on TV; it's the live shows. Randy Orton has been involved in some capacity with a match with John Cena 336 times.
Jesus.
Oh my Christ!
Jesus.
Hashtag stat boy approved. Go ahead, Jeff.
Holy hell.
We threw it to you, and then it kind of got taken away.
So, but first of all, our buddy in Canada has had a stroke over hearing that stat because she knows it's correct, and she's probably going, Jesus Christ. Anyway, oh my God. 300. I can't even fucking do that number in my head right now. Oh my God. Figure, that's it. That's almost one match per day in an entire calendar year, except for 1 month. Jesus.
And overall, in Randy Orton's career, he's been involved in over 2,000 plus matches.
Seriously.
So you're telling me 0.67% of that was Cena?
Yeah.
In some capacity, whether enemy or ally, that is correct.
Okay. I feel okay. So it wasn't just them. Okay, I feel better now.
It was not them one-on-one.
Jeff, that minus is like 15 matches. That's not saying much.
Well, that's fair. All right. So, I think the problem, and JJ, you'll appreciate the analogy, I think, better than anybody in the room is, the problem with Randy getting the world title is they pulled the trigger at the right time, but they shot him with a silver bullet and turned the Wolfman into Larry Talbot. They turned him babyface.
Yep.
That was stupid of them to turn him babyface.
Oh, you don't like his faction that he had with Maven?
Oh, Christ.
They didn't necessarily turn it. Well, I mean, Triple H and Batista dropping him out of Evolution. We all knew that there was nobody that was going to be able to be the champion inside of Evolution other than Triple H.
So, just before
that would have been. That would have been like if Arn Anderson was the WCW champion alongside Ric Flair and the Four Horsemen. That just wasn't going to cut it.
Yeah. So I filtered it.
More like Jeff Jarrett, JJ.
Oh, God, don't go
there.
You know
what? Don't hate on the chosen one, Mikey.
Hey, I will. You know what, JJ? Put me in the middle. Put me in the middle of the top real quick.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to be the marquee guy here for a minute. Hang on. Jeff Jarrett is a fucking horseman. Get the fuck over it. Okay, very good.
Go ahead.
Oh, God.
Go ahead.
Kurt Hennig was more.
We're going to go off the rails here.
Oh, no.
Arguing about Jeff Jarrett. We're never going to get off the rails.
They actually wanted Hennig to be a horseman.
Who did?
Arn. He gave him a spot. Damn it.
Hey, listen. Hold on.
Nobody gave Jeff
You know
a
what?
spot.
You know what? Because WCW was a complete clusterfuck. That means Jeff Jarrett was a horseman. There, end of discussion. All right, Noah, go.
Nobody gave him a spot.
Okay. No, go.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
All right. Fucking insane.
Go ahead, Jeff.
We lost all control.
The bottom line is this. Kurt was handed the spot, and he knew in that black heart of his that he was already for life. Jarrett beat Mongo and Benoit to earn that and then he threw it up with Arn holding his hand up and Flair's telling him to do it. All four horsemen in that ring acknowledged Jeff, and it took me 25 years, but goddamn it, I co-sign on it. All right.
So I looked up, I filtered it more. Randy Orton versus John Cena, one-on-one matches in WWE history. This counts for Raw, SmackDown, pay-per-view, and live shows. Keep in mind, live shows constantly repeat. I'm looking at the front page here, and there are 3, 6, 9, 10 straight steel cage matches during a live show house tour that Randy and John Cena face each other for the WWE World Heavyweight title. In total, in Randy Orton's career, he has faced John Cena in singles one-on-one action 123 times.
Jesus.
That I can actually believe.
Yeah,
that's still
third of that number, or like a little more.
It's still a ridiculous stat, but I can actually fathom that one.
Yeah, because you consider every house show imaginable, but that just goes to show, truly, John Cena, Randy Orton, Never ended.
I guess they really were the
Joker.
prototype of the industry.
Basically.
As much as Edge called his run with John, Batman and Joker, I completely disagree. I think it's more Randy than his Edge. With all due respect to Adam, for real, I love Edge. I always have. I cry when he won the title, like boohoo like an idiot. But Randy
and then
has
you were ready
been
to destroy
John's.
the TV when Cena got it back.
What's that?
3 weeks later.
Oh no! Aaron's TV was unforgiven when the feud ended for the first of 400 times. Rumble was we were at a freaking live event in Lancaster. I almost tore the whole bar down out of anger. For real. I was pissed. Anyway,
I bet you were.
It was so ridiculous. Anyway, yeah, Randy. Again, I agree that Randy wouldn't have been able to remain in Evolution with Triple H obsessing over the championship as Triple H did. I still don't think they needed to turn Randy babyface or necessarily have the babyface turn by default is what I'm trying to say. I think a heel world heavyweight big gold belt Randy Orton as champion, I think would have worked better.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the era of Triple H and his reign of tyranny was far from over.
And again, hindsight's a blessing and a burden. You know, when he did, and again, he was handed the title 3 years later, the WWE Championship, and had to earn that muckerfuther by losing to Triple H and then beating him last man standing. He was champion in that run past WrestleMania. I watched him retain at WrestleMania that following year. So it's not like he didn't earn it. JJ makes a great point, though. 2004 Randy Orton was still very much in that immature Jindrak's friend mode, and it hurt him.
Yep.
To everyone in the chat room, please pay attention to the ticker on the bottom of the screen. If you would like to introduce a topic or a question for Open Mic Night, you need to include a super chat.
Yep.
That way we can see it, and that way we can stop Jeff from.
And you will be acknowledged. The bottom line is this, though, to put a bow on this. Randy Orton, whatever the case is when it comes to your health and well-being, take care of yourself, and we personally wish you all the best, speediest and safest of recoveries, and, of course, the future regarding your family. Not necessarily just your future in wrestling. If this is truly it, thank you. But, again, we're not doctors. We're not you. We just hope at the end of the day, you do the right thing on behalf of yourself, too.
Agreed.
So we go from one potential retirement to another.
What?
I think you're hearing James's fan.
Oh, that's just my fan. I'm not trying to roast my ass off.
You gotta figure he's in basically his own basement studio. So
bro, I'm in a fucking sauna in here. Jesus Christ. This monitor up here is heating, and then I got a heater right here, and I got the damn door closed so I don't wake up my dad.
How the hell do you keep your PC from not overloading?
It's not my PC, it's my monitor.
I was my damn self.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So, like I say, we go from one potential retirement to another.
Uh-oh.
And a report came out this week.
Oh, that's right.
I'm not going to be a full-time wrestler for much longer. When my AEW contract is up, that's pretty much me being done being a full-time wrestler.
Two words here. Full-time, that's all I got to say.
That's a fair point, you know, full-time, but we've seen the Dragon retire before. Either he's the type of guy where it either needs to be all or nothing. I don't want to see him have the same issue of chasing the dragon.
Yeah.
Pun intended, considering he is the American
Dragon.
Yeah. I don't think Brian's going to be one of those people at this stage of his life. JJ, you and I have known him for a while. I think he, as much as he hated having to be away, when he was away, he was able to get married, the kiddos, and he seemed on that front content. And he was released to, he's cleared, And he got that second run with WWE, which I thought was way better than I originally thought it would be. I'm not gonna lie. I had little hope it would sustain. He ended up completely turning it on its ear, and it was wonderful. And then in WWE, and I think he. And I don't necessarily think it's fault. I think it's just. I think the problem is over not long after Punk, and the drama with Punk and the Elite and everything that's gone on in the last year has overshadowed Bryan's being there. He had a great series of matches with Paige that people forget because Paige was such a poorly booked world champion. I think this, and again, I haven't seen AEW TV this week, so forgive me if I'm stating that stuff that I didn't know about. I think the Regal turn and the Blackpool Combat Club no longer being Blackpool based because that's legal. There's potential to get Bryan and Mox when he comes back from his hiatus that he's well deserved. Christ.
Yeah.
And even Yuta. There's potential there. Put that up. I missed that comment. I'm sorry. I was looking away from the screen. Well, yeah, we all knew that Bryan signing with AEW would be the last time he signed a full-time contract.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. Full-time last ride. I mean, this guy said that he would be okay to just literally wrestle in front of a small crowd of people on the likes of Elevation Dark because he doesn't want to, take a spot away from somebody.
Yes, sir.
We got a super chat.
Oh.
$2 super chat from The Real Wyatt. Thank you very much. Theory winning the title again was a joke. Spear.
The only bigger joke was you not appearing on the show at all tonight, Wyatt. Anyway. But thank you for the $2. We appreciate you.
A-Town down.
Yeah, we're
the belt, got a super chat. It is what it is.
As simple as that, and we acknowledged it.
All
right, let's bring it back.
We will acknowledge it, and if it needs to be shit on, we will shit on it. So there you go.
Damn right. Okay,
damn it,
that's what you're
Theory.
saying.
Subjective.
Yes.
Ding.
Yeah.
Titles must be splitting. Those Universal and WWE titles must be splitting if they're not going to give it to Lashley or Rollins.
Now we're going to throw it to Mikey T to talk about this, but somebody had a statement for Mikey T. Daniel wants to know, what's it going to take for Mikey T to acknowledge Jeff Jarrett as a horseman? A video from the King of the Mountain himself?
Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to take. Jeff
Jarrett
is going to have to, you're going to have to get Jeff Jarrett to do a video and then send it to here at the open mic night. Jeff Jarrett can address it to the open mic night, and he can even call Mikey T a slap nut. That's what he wants to do, to try and prove that he was actually a horseman, because I know a few things about horsemen. James and I know about official horseman business.
Are you sure about that?
We do, James. We do.
Bro, I'm a virgin. What do you mean?
Jeff Jarrett. I'm not talking about that, James.
That's what horseman business is! That's all the whole gimmick was about Flair, was fucking chicks! What do you mean?
There's a lot more to do with horseman business, James.
Well, I mean, that's a large, giant part of it.
You think Barry Windham and Arn Anderson ever got laid?
Yes, I do.
Yes, they did.
Fuck yes, they did.
Are you
Look at
ribbing
Noah.
me right now?
Yes, they did. Especially
what we've
Barry.
done to Noah?
Especially him.
In their 20s, damn it.
Fucking Barry drove from a flyable location to another in a car because he was picking a broad up on the way to the venue.
Yes.
Come on.
Listen, Jeff Jarrett leaves the camera view every time they do a Blue Chew Reed. He is not a horseman, damn it.
Because he's a happily married man. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Real Wyatt, we did appreciate
We
your
did
super
appreciate
chat.
the super chat. Chill out.
All I'm saying is, it's evident.
Okay. All right. Hey, stop. That was my fault. I own the fact that I crapped on it. Please don't take anything I say in open mic night mode personally.
Yeah,
ever,
I'm
so
good.
off the rails right now. It's not even funny. Honestly, if if it's that, I sincerely apologize. If I offended you for real, I am sorry. Can we possibly get Noah back and save his poor self? Because I feel bad now. Because we went from No Nut November talking about the Horsemen getting laid. It's basically the same topic. So we need to reel him back in, please.
No,
it's okay. We promise we won't talk about extramarital anything for the rest of the night. I promise.
This Open Mic Night is not brought to you by Brazzers, but I feel like somebody definitely is having a time tonight outside the bedroom. What the fuck is happening here?
Yeah, Ric Flair. Barry Horowitz.
YouTube.com/ad-free shows. There you go.
Barry Windham, too.
I guess Space Mountain never does close.
Oh, my God.
Okay, now.
That's a moment.
As far as, Mikey, if it'll take Jeff Jarrett recording a video for you, give me time.
I mean, I'll respond to it here on the channel. You know what I mean?
Okay, give me time. Give me time, and I'll make it happen. I promise you I'll make it happen.
See what happens if Jeff Jarrett can actually prove he's a horseman. I mean, he didn't really get a big War Games-like spot with the horseman.
Nobody did in 1990 in that time period. Let's be real.
Seriously, 97, the Horsemen were buried and had their either handcuffs to the cage or their head slammed in the cage door.
Or they never were in it.
Exactly. They got bitched out in that match. Are you kidding me? Jarrett saved his own goddamn ass by getting out of the group.
Oh.
There are some unnecessary casualties during that night.
That's accurate.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Anyway.
Good Lord Almighty.
What talking about before we went on the Jarrett tangent
so
again?
Brian.
Danielson.
Okay, if it's a full time, is he done after that? What did he do from there? What can we see as his last match?
Is he conducting horseman business?
Stop it, James!
James, get back to the bloody chess conversation, please.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna steal your line. James, you friggin' idiot! Knock it off. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Damn it, James, you freaking idiot!
Thank you, sir.
I mean, we already drove away one of our viewers who super chats us, so you know.
Which I apologize for. I was out of line. It's just, like I said, anything that Jeff Meacham says about that cannot be taken seriously unless I say take what I'm saying seriously. And even then,
put that disclaimer at the bottom.
Subjective, buddy. Subjective.
Yeah, subjective conversation.
Brian,
you know what? I actually gave you an answer for your super chat. You know what I'm saying? But I guess he would have liked us to expound on it a little bit.
He's mad at me because I shit on his, because I compared Austin's win to Bray not showing up at all. And again, we in this room, at least JJ and I, love Austin Theory, and I think it's wonderful he's a champion again. I think that
you do.
I do.
I think it's kind of weak that he's the champion again. Like, really? He gets 2 wins on Raw, and now he's able to beat Seth Rollins and Bobby Lashley? I mean, unless Lashley speared Rollins and he took a cheap pinfall, I haven't seen the show. I'm sorry, guys.
No, it's all good.
And Lily, thank
you. Lisa, try to save Friday, December 23rd, so that you can come on to our Eve of Christmas Eve panel.
Yeah.
And join us in the holiday celebration.
Yes. We promise we won't make you sing if we get super chat unless you're down for it.
Hey, if Noah has to sing, she does too if she's going to be on the show.
Damn it!
Everybody's got to join in the festivities.
I'm going to need some severe libations for that night. Anyway,
I'm going to have my fireball right here ready to go.
I literally might order that bottle before New Year's Eve.
Whoa! There you go.
Oh, no.
We've done it.
Don't do it. It's not worth it. No, it's okay.
Right, we've broken Noah between talking about Space Mountain and Horseman business and all that. Yeah.
No, you can sing. Don't get the fireballs. Not worth it, brother. I've seen shit. Don't do it.
I ain't messing with Fireball. I don't give a damn about cinnamon. Blech.
Seriously, damn.
Does anybody else have anything else they would like to add on the Bryan Danielson?
I will say, what a hell of a fucking final run.
What? I mean, God, this guy's been in the ring with Kenny Omega, 2 classes of him and Page, freaking Minoru Suzuki.
How about
every match Bryan Danielson has had in AEW
and WWE?
Legitimate banger.
Yeah, and WWE too.
Yeah, no kidding. Anyway.
Daniel, remember, per the original open mic night policies, a super chat of $10 allows you to come onto the panel and to introduce your own topic.
And if you don't have the
So
money,
if you ever want to come onto the open mic night panel, all it takes is a $10 super chat.
and if you don't have the money, just ask your friend to cash up you $10.
There you go.
Now, let me. I'm gonna put you in the spot, JJ. So if I'm out of line, please shoot me down. For the eve of Christmas Eve, if you want to come in and sit in the green room and wait your turn, I'm down for it.
Possibly. I will let
what?
people know. I will let people know by next week because I wanted to try to keep the Eve of Christmas Eve show the open mic night family.
Yeah.
Respect.
It is a
The
family
people
thing.
that are regulars on the show, like the five of us, Stat Boy, Josh, Big Baller
I'm getting
G,
Jesse on here for sure.
Cleaver, if he wants to come in, call in. You know, I want to try and keep it tight knit.
In that case, we'll plan
It's a
for.
family event.
Okay, then I will.
The New Year's Eve one. That would be a better one, I think.
Open mic.
Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I would say
Lisa.
I would say New Year's Eve should be open door, open mic night. Just whoever wants to come in and sit and wait their turn, go for it.
Well, I mean, again, if we're staying up till your
Accurate.
New Year's
Oh, New
Day,
Year's.
oh,
Yeah, that's a
you
good
might
idea,
need the extra
actually.
people.
Accurate. We can put either mine or Jeff's PayPal on here, and you can send it that way as well, and
exactly,
we'll get the whole amount.
Yeah,
Google AdSense is sucky.
Don't let YouTube hear that. They'll try and demonetize you.
Yeah, they will, for real.
Yeah, that's
so. Yeah, I think that Brian's had a good final run, and this is his final run. I would like to see him expound on the adversarial part with Regal, but I get that if they're not going to go that way because Regal's with Max, then it is what it is.
So, Jeff, you didn't see this week's Dynamite, correct?
Correct.
So, here's what happened. It opened up with Regal talking about what he did with MJF. Apparently, there was a private communication via email between the two shortly before the events that occurred in AEW Full Gear, privately. That will be apparently disclosed this week personally by Maxwell Jacob Freedom when he returns to Dynamite. John Moxley was fuming. He was ready to rip Regal apart.
Until
Brian
Danielson
Danielson
stopped.
Brian stopped
saved
him.
Regal. He pulled the card about addictions and problems and family values came into play, saying how much Regal truly helped him love and understand his father's struggles before he passed away.
Oh,
he asked
wow.
John Moxley to simply save him for me because I love him. And while Moxley was boiling, he simply quoted Scar from The Lion King say, "Run and never come back," as Regal just simply walks away. No face reaction. And John Moxley, I don't think he got a sense of relief, but if this somehow does degrade into John Moxley versus Bryan Danielson at some point, I'm okay with this. But that's right now where the Blackpool Combat Club saga stands between Regal, Danielson, Moxley, and MJF.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. This is from Miss Lisa. She says, "Have a good rest of the chat. Did I mention I love when Noah's on? He's hilarious. Good panel tonight. Talk to you tomorrow."
Nice.
Thanks, Lisa.
Speaking of which, UK King in my comment chat right now, since I'm live streaming Open Mic Night by itself, said, "I have no idea how I ended up at this part of the internet, but that's a fantastic shirt and tie combo from Noah. Terrific."
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Noah's suit and tie game, especially for the big shows, is always on point, dude. We love that.
I try.
Wait a minute! Hey! There's a AEW pin on the WWE event! What the
I
fuck?
put the pin on during open mic night, you fools.
Never mind.
Like,
Clearly, y'all don't pay enough
Jarrett would
attention.
do.
Botch.
I
Jeff
botched.
Jarrett would be
That's
like
a botch on me. My bad.
Jeff Jarrett would be like in the Four Horsemen wearing a Southern Justice pin or something.
I mean, Eric Riff has worn an
Damn it,
AEW
Mikey T.
shirt while reviewing a WWE event. Just saying.
Yeah, James.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
But yeah, at this point, I just wonder, Bryan Danielson, he, people might want to see him face Kenny Omega one more time because that went to a draw. Bryan Danielson might want to be Ring of Honor World Champion before he's done one more time. It's one of those phases where I just wonder if Bryan Danielson does go from full-time to sometime, and then eventually no time, how does the Dragon finally get, fulfilled to finish out his career? If this is his last run.
Yeah. I wonder if it's about the title at this point because of the awesome stuff he's done. Like, is it about just having that one last great match with fill in the blank here, or is it because I never really saw Bryan himself. Bryan never saw himself as the world champion in WWE. It was the most organic thing we've ever seen.
Literally, the title included.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I like that.
Yeah.
I just don't know if he prioritizes the title in AEW as much as maybe fans think he should, because that's not what he's about at this point in his career.
Yeah, fans' perception versus his perception.
Yeah, I think it was more important, and I'm going to praise him, so bear with me here. I think it was more important for Punk to get back in the business and for him to win the world title and to show that he could still go at world title level than it is for Bryan. Because Bryan came back from injury, regained the championship, had a decent little heel run there before he ultimately finished out with WWE. And when you figure that he was in a main event of a major show for both companies in the same calendar year this year, you can't last year.
Yep. Botch.
You can't really, like, much like Randy, nothing left to prove.
No.
Yeah. Again, a wrestler is their own worst enemy because it comes down to their own opinion on what fulfills them in this industry. And it's not defined by company, clearly.
I think at the end of the day, if anything, Bryan would be happy with one more reign as Ring of Honor World Champion. Kind of end his run as the champion of the company that made him an international star in the first place.
There's Claudio Castagnoli. That needs to happen.
I think if they're going to break up the group completely and Claudio doesn't beat Jericho at Final Battle, dude, put Bryan and Claudio in the ring. Give us a Punk Joe series with Bryan and Claudio. Just give us 3 matches and just let them go to town.
Yes.
Why have Jericho pin Claudio at Full Gear if they're going into Jericho Claudio at Final Battle? That throws me off a little bit.
Because Jericho beat Claudio on his turf, so now Claudio beat Jericho on Claudio's turf.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, turnabout's fair play.
Jericho will beat Claudio?
No, Jericho already beat Claudio in AEW ring for the Ring of Honor Championship to retain it. And now they're going to a Ring of Honor
to regain it, yeah.
Hello, Cybok.
To gain it, rather.
Yeah, I think Jericho will retain there.
It'll still be a good match.
It is the main event. We are going to cover it, so we'll get there.
Stay tuned for simply predicting on that as well.
Yeah, what a week that is.
Yeah, I think we'll have 2 full pay-per-views and open mic nights. So,
well, I'm just going to say this right now. Wait, the main event is Braun and Finn Breakker versus Apollo Crews?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unless they go with that 5-pack challenge as the main event.
Not my NXT!
Which I think is a possibility.
Which, by the way, have you got to show them that thumbnail I created for that, by the way, JJ.
I'll throw it up there during the plugs.
Cool.
I mean, it's also in your video that we're going to run.
True.
If we are topics,
can Bryan Danielson please get the Brock Lesnar schedule where he only has to appear at Final Battle and Revolution? You know what I mean? Even though he's a champion, the schedule for ROH should be a little bit different. It shouldn't be like the 30-day period. It should be...
No. I vehemently disagree with that because Ring of Honor always prided itself on being the most competitive company in the world, and they would run shows, run their big shows once a month, and they would have TV every week.
Yeah.
So
So
Bryan would need to be on the television, you know, at least make an appearance on the shows, kind of like Roman status.
Like
he can
Brock
defend the
Lesnar.
titles. Yeah, he can defend the titles at the major shows, but
Right.
he needs to be a television presence because Bryan Danielson, one of the Ring of Honor originals, if you will,
Pioneers.
back holding that championship is going to be what draws people to the TV deal if and when they ever announce it.
Especially with that belt they brought back. That was the belt Bryan had.
Yeah, that's the original.
So you want him to be a presence on a regular basis
I agree
there
with that, yeah.
to
Well,
get
then-
those ratings.
Well, then it helps as well if you use him on TV sparingly, because if you just oversaturate somebody, it's going to be what it is currently. Whereas it will work if they have Daniel Bryan appear one time, even to promote a pay-per-view match, or twice. It'll work because the people will know he's there. In the back of our minds, we're going to be like, "Oh, Daniel Bryan's going to be there, and he's going to have a match." And I think it's time for these superstars to take that next leap in their career, and for Tony Khan to give them those contracts where they can just appear at SummerSlam, WrestleMania, you know what I'm saying, Survivor Series, the big shows. And it just so happens AEW only has 4 shows anyways.
Well,
You know what I
5 technically now Forbidden Door becomes a thing.
Right.
Well, you figure the Stinger probably has a deal like that, and does Bryan Danielson deserve a Sting-esque deal?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
But no,
AJ, he deserves it.
I think you're comparing apples and bananas, Jay. To be fair, Sting. You remember Sting started wrestling when Bryan Danielson was 7 years old, or
And
whatever.
Bryan
it
wasn't
was.
wrestling back then, as far as
So
we know.
you know, yeah, he probably could have, honestly, if we're going to be real.
Probably.
Plus, it's tag team format.
Yeah.
Dude, he was putting the nurse in the nursery in freaking the Yes Lock, the LaBelle
Really?
Lock.
That's right.
Yeah.
What, you're trying to change my diaper?
Wrestle.
That's right. That's right. He wasn't birthed. He gave his mom's placenta the freaking cow mutilation. No, let me out.
It had to be someone else that helped him besides Shawn Michaels, right?
Yeah, I guess
Absolutely.
Well, you figure he was in a really good class too. Anyway,
okay.
I don't know if the Sting contract is really what you compare it to. I do appreciate what Mikey's saying as far as having Bryan have a limited in-ring schedule. However, you know, having, especially if he's the world champion, having him on TV every week would be, especially if Ring of Honor gets that TV deal, or if it's a streaming deal, or whatever. We don't know what's going to happen with Ring of Honor beyond December 10th.
They're going to need him there.
They're going to need whoever is the champion, whether it be Claudio or Jericho, they're going to need that person to be on all the time, which is why I believe Claudio is going to regain the title, because Jericho is very much AEW first. And this whole anti-Ring of Honor crusade has just been that, to get people to be proud of Ring of Honor. Be like, no, this is my brand. This is what I support. Screw you, Chris. And that's where you get the
buy-in, basically.
Exactly.
If I'm booking it and somehow they got their bullshit patched up somehow, I genuinely believe with everything that's happened, I don't know if you give it to Daniel or Claudio, and if there is a way to get him back, believe it or not, I think it has to be Punk.
I have no desire to see CM Punk ever.
I understand that, but there's plenty of people that will. I'm not saying you or I give a fuck, which is fucking ironic that I'm wearing a Punk t-shirt.
Well, and again, this is going to be one of those takes probably going to be banned by a few people on Twitter, and that's our block, whatever. I really don't give a shit at this point. It's almost, I don't even know what the hell time it is right now. I really don't give a fuck. Punk, and again, I was going to try to keep this short as far as Punk, because I wanted to talk about this. Punk has proven time and time again that he cannot refrain from shooting himself in the foot, and by association, whatever brand he is representing in the other foot, to make him a complete invalid as a result. I I did not like the way he exited WWE. I understand why he did, and he was justified in why he left. What he said on a global broadcast, on a podcast, was too much, and he got sued for it, and rightfully so. And they sued him, and they sued back, and rightfully so, him and Colt. And then they had their little lover's quarrel too. So whatever. I'm not going to get in between Phil and Scott. That's not my fucking business.
Yeah.
But then he did the exact same shit in AEW. Like the exact same thing. He was back for a year. He was saying that he couldn't go back to WWE because they made him sick. That's what made him, the way he was.
Yeah.
Like, no, dude. You are the way you are because you're in wrestling, and the business is a cancer to you. And by association, you are a cancer to the industry, whatever company you're in. I detest that AEW's 2022 reputation has been defined by his little bitch fight with Matt and Nick and Kenny. It fucking pisses me off. It will for the rest of the year and beyond. I do not want him to go back and stain Ring of Honor because he, Brian, Low-Key, and all those guys are what built that brand up and what kept them afloat when that piece of shit Feinstein got caught doing what he was doing. So for him to go back and have the mindset he's been in since he left WWE, let's not kid ourselves and think he's all of a sudden got this fucking clarity being back in AEW. He's not. He's the same person he was 8 years ago. I don't want him to ruin Ring of Honor before it really gets that springboard back off the ground again.
Fair take.
And I'm sorry if that angers the Punk fans, and I'm sorry if that turns people off of me. But I am so passionate about that, and I say that because I held out with Punk for so long, and I allowed myself to be convinced that he was a decent person when he had a great interaction with my father. But he has now proven that a leopard never changes his spots. It's just the color of the stain on the fur that changes.
And guys, let's be real about this. James, I'm sorry to say, but Punk would just look at that as a demotion. Punk would look at that as a demotion going back to ROH. Even though,
but let's be honest, he kind of fucking deserved it if he does come back. I'll be honest.
It's like the Game getting put on Geffen Records from Aftermath. You know what I mean? They're like, Game, you got problems with 50. We're putting you on Geffen Records. It's both on scope. But not right though. It would draw in the viewerships. It would help them get a TV deal. But that's why I believe Jericho retains. And Jeff, he is an AEW guy. Jericho is an AEW guy, but he served his purpose there. He's got to go serve his purpose elsewhere now.
I don't think so.
Well, since we're talking about Punk,
might as well.
we're gonna. There was a topic coming up this week that indirectly tied into Punk, so I guess we'll just segue into that one. It was going to be my final topic, but
we might as well
we're kind of already discussing it, so.
All right, go for it, JJ. You're the host. Kenny Omega!
Oh, God.
So, Kenny, by God, Omega gave an interview with Sports Illustrated.
Yes.
And he says, and I quote, "There are things no one can talk about, so I'd encourage people to let it go."
Yes.
It doesn't change that we want a team effort in AEW. I don't even mean implicitly myself and my opponent. It also means the referee, the fans, the people who set up the ring, everyone. Even a technical error can ruin the memory of a match.
Yep.
So I encourage people to move away from it because there is no information to be released. Talking about the scuffle with CM Punk and the Elite. Though I cannot talk about it, I do want the fans to know I still want the best for pro wrestling.
That's what Kenny Omega's about. At the end of the day, whether you realize his ideologies or agree with them or not, he is
And
about
then-
his business.
Hang on.
And then
Uh-oh.
he goes on to AEW Dynamite.
Oh, here we go.
Yep.
And executes the GTS.
Nailed it.
You know what?
And the Bucks do a spot apparently that I missed.
Yeah,
where,
Punk shot Lariat, where CM
Yeah.
Punk botched.
Mm-hmm. So EVP Kenny Omega is saying one thing to the media and then going out into the ring and doing something completely different.
Yep.
Hasn't that how it's always been in wrestling, though, JJ?
This is hypocrisy at
Right?
its finest.
I'm about to say, though, is it anything new, or is it just, taking it to another level?
It's they are both in the fucking wrong. This is why I say both camps are in the fucking wrong.
The Real Wyatt, thank you again for another super chat, $2. I love the Elite's new theme song, Punk versus Omega would be money.
Which I mean, there you go. I mean, you can't deny that it wouldn't fucking draw now, even still.
I do enjoy them using Carry On Wayward Son by Kansas.
Yes.
Can we all give a JJ? Can we all give a prediction on like Punk versus Omega or something like that, just to put some respect on this super chat?
I think it's hard to actually predict the match because there's a lot to happen before that happens.
Yeah, a lot needs to happen. I agree
What
with
did I
you.
say?
We acknowledge it, but I want to actually see
It's a
if it even
huge
happens.
what if. It's like a
Biggest
fantasy
what
booking
if.
warfare when you consider the amount of storytelling elements that would go into such a program. Punk vs. Omega would have to be the biggest match in AEW history on their biggest pay-per-view. It's just a matter of, okay, do you do this as standard? Is this a one-off? Is this just a work? Is it a shoot? You blur the line between kayfabe and reality. There's a lot of context that could go into predicting a match that is, right now, non-existent.
May I go next on this topic?
Absolutely, James.
All right. Get my screen up if you could, because I got a video clip. This will basically sum up what I've been thinking. If you know Adam Blom here,
yes,
parts unknown, no roads barred. The very man who was convinced to let Greg Cherry on to his No Roads Barred show, or one of them. Quizlemania. That's right. That's right.
Nice.
So yeah, go check that out if you haven't already. But I have this clip from Adam here. This essentially sums up what I think. I encourage you still go and watch the J-Hebert side of things, episode 3, just because I put a lot of fucking work into that anyway.
Yes, you did.
I actually now have more to fucking talk about because Kenny just can't keep his fucking goddamn. Honestly, the more he's fucking doing this bullshit, I hate to say it, Kenny, but the more you're proving Jim Cornette right. That'll start off right off the fucking bat, which that's pretty fucking bad, by the way, bud.
Kenny needs to keep his by God mouth shut.
Yeah,
but
I'll get to that in a minute, but
yeah, that's part of the industry.
This is basically my thoughts, full on this bullshit with AEW and beyond, pretty much industry wide. Why I don't watch weekly.
Rumor going around that I hate wrestling. I'm not exactly sure where this rumor has come from. Maybe from disgruntled wrestling fans projecting their hatred of various products onto me. Maybe from the fact that I seem to put all my time and energy into No Rolls Barred, the best board game YouTube channel in history. Or maybe it's because all those time on live streams where I said I hate wrestling. But I don't. I'm just not sure that I love wrestling anymore. As a hobby, it's a type of hard work the board games never is, and I find all the tribalism, backstage hostility, the constant hype machine quite tiring. I still enjoy watching good wrestling, especially with my good friends, but I don't really let the bad stuff close enough to affect my emotional state anymore.
Dude, I love that man.
He is the realest motherfucker of what is going on with AEW's ratings right now. That is why they have fucking dropped considerably.
Yep. Well, you know, everybody was saying after all that dilemma, they were like, "Oh, million views." But
yep, and immediately, what did I say, Mikey T? What did I say? What did I say the minute they said, "Oh, the ratings are up," though, they were gonna drop off. Did I not say that on this program?
I still wonder, though, in a world of what if you didn't know the ratings, how that really would affect the outlook of the industry from the fans' standpoint, because I don't give a shit. I still watch the product. It takes more than a couple of assholes to ruin my time with my love of the passion of the industry. From a business standpoint, if I was an investor or a billionaire, hell, I'm not even a thousandaire. I'm not even a hundredaire right now, but that's a whole different story. Because bills, damn it, capitalism. It's one of those things where, again, why do I give a fuck what the ratings are? I understand what you're talking about from a business standpoint, but as a fan, I still enjoy the products. I think everybody has their flaws. There's no perfect thing in the industry. There's no real thing to hype up as far as the machine goes. There's just different elements and gears and parts, components, some of which probably came from IKEA. Other parts are probably more quality made, like from Intel or Apple. There, I said it. Fuck you, Dell. But again, it's one of those that just comes from pure perspective. So again, I just enjoy wrestling for what it is. The passion, the storytelling, the sports, the competition of the industry. So if you do let rating cloud your judgment, that's on you. As far as your take, though, looking at an environment that might breed toxicity, hello, NWA, Nick, all this take. Again, it's all perspective. So again, James, you do what you choose to do. If Adam Blompier influences or supports that claim, more power to you. But as far as the biggest flaw, not just a fan trying to be a businessman or a journalist on Certified, the biggest flaw is the fact that no one knows how to keep their fucking mouth shut.
Yep.
Here, here.
Like that, and
Noah, you respond. Oh, sorry, James.
Let me introduce why I even picked this topic. I'm sure a lot of people thought I wasn't even going to talk about this. And by the way, had no intention to. Right. And then Kenny by God Omega decided to open his big fat fucking mouth and then prove a fucking racist right. So, I mean, you know, it is what it is.
Help America and the freedom of speech, that's abuse. Thank you, Internet.
Yeah. So he says one thing on the air, and then he feeds into this bullshit on the other. I mean, JJ said it best, really. If the Elite are back, then Punk has to be back, point blank. It's either all of them are back, or I don't want any of them. I'll be fucking honest. Because, like, all of them were unprofessional fucks throughout that entire thing. And I'm including the Hangman and Colt in that entire thing as well. They just were. That entire timeline, they were all unprofessional as fuck. And you can't convince me otherwise. It is exactly what Adam said in that clip from the Parts Unknown video. It's tribalism at its peak fucking form right now. And it's completely impacted and inadvertently or advertently, whichever side of the fence you want to go on, has impacted the business, I think, for the worst. And how long before, you know, say in 5 years' time from now, more people like Adam with a name recognition leave that from a full-time basis? What happens then? Is there even an IWC that's even fucking left? Especially if Twitter's going to go down the tubes.
Oh, God, that's a whole nother conversation.
Exactly.
I was going to say, that could be one of the best things to happen for professional wrestling, but that's a whole other story.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
But that's a whole other story. From my standpoint here, and then I know Mikey T was going to say something, I'll throw back over to him. You know, when I first introduced the topic here, I believe it was Noah, maybe it was Jeff too, but the question, the statement was thrown out there is, what is new in wrestling? You know, this is something that always happens. And if Kenny, by God, Omega was just Kenny, by God, Omega, I wouldn't care so much.
Right.
But Kenny, by God, Omega is an EVP of the company.
Still. After the bullshit.
As EVP, you have to be held to a higher standard than just a performer.
Yep.
So for you to go out and give an interview in Sports Illustrated and say that the fans need to let it go, and then to go that same week, a couple days later, and make fun of the guy that's not back
Yep.
in the match is complete and utter hypocrisy, and he needs to be fired, in my personal opinion.
Yep.
Either fire him or strip him of his EVP title.
And if you're not going to do either, then you have to bring Punk back. And that doesn't mean I want to fucking see him. But, I mean,
what's
how
good
fair...
for the goose is good for the gander.
Seriously, like, how fair is it that fucking Punk's gone, and then the Elite is not held accountable? And, and by the way, love how we have now known that all of this could have been avoided. I don't even know if anybody checked out the Full Gear press conference, and I don't blame you if you didn't because of the last fucking debacle.
Oh, I watched the media scrum afterwards.
Yep. So Tony Khan, we already knew it because he confirmed it at the All Out scrum, but he absolutely confirmed it at Full Gear because he was able to talk without Phil cutting him off. It's all Tony. Tony didn't communicate at all with any of these people. Not Punk, not Colt, not Hangman, not the Elite, none of them. He just didn't communicate. And it's like, Punk's still a cunt, all right? I ain't even gonna stunt.
Damn.
But
see you next Tuesday.
Just for that, all right? Just for that, knowing what we know, I can at least tolerate him being back. I can. But you can't not bring him back and then bring the Elite back and still have them keep their EVP status on top of that. Vice versa if it was the other way around. I don't think that's fair.
Agreed.
On any circumstances. This is driving a wedge when in reality you should be getting everybody over their bullshit and make some damn money with this. Freaking Real Wyatt said it in the super chat earlier. There's money to be had with this. I've been saying that for months. If they could get past,
you've been saying it since it happened.
I've been saying it since it happened that there's money to be had with this, and I'm not the only one that said it. If Glenn Goberti, the Disco fucking Inferno, is the voice of goddamn reason, as a he's not exactly a main event talent, and he's speaking more logical freaking sense main event wise than any of those people involved.
Yeah, and the reality of that is, James, like you were saying, it goes back into my point as well to Noah, like you were saying, who cares about the ratings? What do the ratings really matter? How do you tell about what the ratings even mean? Now, for the first few weeks after what happened with Punk and the Elite, mad people tuned in, couple 100,000 more, 50, 60,000 more weekly. What's going to happen? Is this the same thing as MJF where MJF eventually returned?
Yeah.
And you know what? If they had capitalized, they could have even continued to grow with their fan base.
Well, here's the thing. They still can. And I'll tell you why.
No, James, they have dipped down to this 800,000 mark now where people are just as pissed off as you.
As I said, if they fucking brought Punk back tomorrow, just for the principle, not even because I like the fucking dude anymore, right? Just for the principle, I guarantee you a lot more people would actually fucking tune in just for that, because that means, okay, everybody's brought back, they're gonna make money with this. Okay, we're gonna be invested in this program. Let's fucking go.
Just like anything else, it has to do with consistency. You just can't bring Punk back tomorrow and expect everything.
You don't bring Punk back tomorrow.
No.
You wait for the best of 7 series between the Elite and the Death Triangle to end. You put the Death Triangle up 3-0 next week and have the Elite do a reverse sweep to take the titles. Then you have Punk and FTR come out.
Yes. And here's another thing too. There was a thing I saw it somewhere. I didn't read it because I have better things to do with my life, but there was like some dirt sheet headline, I think. Sean Spears saddened that Punk is not there. Now, regardless of how anybody here feels in the room about Phil, which Lord knows, none of us are his biggest fans after the bullshit he pulled. All right,
all of them.
I still am.
You know, I mean, which
I haven't wavered on Phil since the day I became a fan of his.
But
much like
I
Randy,
don't find there to be any
But,
reason
like,
not to CM Punk.
You keep Phil out of the locker room. You are actively causing dissension and more fucking problems. You think you're causing less problems. You're just causing fucking more.
Yep.
In reality,
you're showing the fact that you're playing favoritism to your EVP,
which you've done with Britt Baker because she fucking helps you with shit behind the scenes or whatever. Which is exactly what it all stems to the same problem. It's Tony trying to make peace with everybody and not being a businessman first and foremost. It's the same problem every time. What he needed to do was bring everybody back after the investigation was over. Maybe not Punk right away because he's injured anyway still, but...
That's why he probably hasn't been brought back.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But, like, if I'm in Tony Khan's shoes, I'm giving every one of them motherfuckers shit, and I'm telling... And I'm pulling a Vince. If you don't work with each other, I'll personally make sure you're blackballed and you'll never wrestle in this industry again. And I don't care who fucking started what. You're all getting the shaft.
Take your company back.
That's what he needs to do, and he's not doing that. And it's people are walking all over him, and even if they're not walking all over him, it's clearly causing dissension in the locker room. Let's not pretend like, you know, it may be a minority, and Sean Spears might be in the minority in the locker room. But this idea that, you know, Punk being gone, you know, and everybody's happy about it. We know that's not the case now.
Guys,
we know it is.
Really, it wouldn't really throw me off if Spears, the Revival, Wardlow, all those guys we saw in the ring a few times were Punk supporters.
They are. They've made it very well known that they are because he helped them a lot. He actually, and that's the thing. There's a lot of fucking bad that Punk did in that situation, and he definitely, absolutely needs to be condemned and punished in some regard. I'd even say a hefty fucking fine. The biggest fine you can, legally.
Good call.
But that's what needs to happen. But it won't happen because Tony Khan's afraid to fucking pull that trigger. So... that is...
Well, then he'll be a victim of his own choices, as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly. And thus, don't expect me to fucking tune in every week. And expect that with a lot more fucking people. Because nobody wants this tribalistic bullshit anymore. They are sick of it. They are done to death of it.
Yeah.
Nobody
Jeff
wants
Jeff looks like he has something else that he wants to say.
Yeah,
but
please,
before we
man.
go back to him... The Real Wide wants to know, Mikey T, is Report Card Radio your only channel, bro?
Is it?
Well, I have my classic YouTube channel called Mikey T, the Movie Star, my old throwback channel, if you want to see any of my old clips.
There you go.
There you are.
So there you go, Jeff. Go on, man.
I'm not going to say a hell of a whole lot more about it because I kind of...
beat up a dead horse already?
Used up my F-word quotient for the month.
Yeah, right.
Luckily,
I feel that.
luckily
Trust me. I feel that. I didn't want to talk about this.
No.
Mine's going to come with the next topic.
No. I'm not saying the channels. I'm my own personal. Because I'm trying real hard to not be F-word guy. But, you know, it is what it is.
So you're trying real hard to not be Jeff motherfucking Meacham?
Well, I didn't say that.
He's always going to be that.
He's always going to be that.
Take care of his mentality.
It comes down for me to the yes.
You're welcome.
Everybody was wrong here.
No problem, my dude.
Everybody was wrong here. And I feel how I feel about Phil. And I completely agree with everybody that Kenny needs to not be a hypocrite. What I trace it back to is this. First 2 years of the company, how often do we hear about EVPs being problematic? We didn't.
No.
And because Punk was the one that did it, we're supposed to be okay because Punk's always been the one to champion the voice of the voiceless. Shut the fuck up, Phil. Seriously. Golly. if he had made a spectacle of himself with that media scrum, nobody else would have known about it except the people involved. And it wouldn't have amounted to dick in the wrestling news. Yeah. I wholeheartedly agree that Kenny had no business cutting that interview and then going on Dynamite and using the GTS, nor did Matt have any right doing the buckshot lariat and botching it on purpose. That was terrible and in very poor taste, especially when the guy's there to defend himself.
Yep.
And that's the only reason they did it was because they know Punk's not there.
How does Tony okay that?
I'll get there, Mikey, I promise.
Okay.
Which is chicken shit. That's a complete chicken shit move, and it's not right. But y'all kind of tied it in together there. Tony, how often does Tony Khan criticize Eric Bischoff these days?
Way too much.
More times than that can count.
Quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
What was one of the chief complaints against Eric Bischoff when he was part of the NWO and still running WCW?
Not taking the reins of his own company.
That. Trying to be
one of the boys instead of
buddy.
the EVP.
Yep, wanted to be one of the boys.
The buddy. Trying to make sure that Terry was taken care of, and Kevin, and Scott. And
this guy's chilling with Sky Blue.
And, okay, so Eric Bischoff was trying to be too buddy-buddy with his core people. Who's doing that now?
Tony.
Yeah. So, as much as I can sit here and say Phil needs to shut the hell up, and Kane needs to stop being a hypocrite, Tony needs to stop being a goddamn hypocrite and grow a set of fucking balls and take the company down.
Yep.
That's what this comes down to. I don't care how many people have an EVP title. I don't care how many people have a world championship or a trios championship or a leg injury or whatever the fuck they've got going on. If you are the president of this company, if you are the lead booker of this company, then fucking act like it and grow up, Tony.
Yep.
There's a reason why Curveball questions, particularly every time at a media scrum, because I watched that too. More particularly hear Jamie Hayter's victory address, because I'm a hater.
Love that. Yeah. Sidebar: Jamie and Tony getting officially recognized. That I'm okay with.
Yeah, they deserve it. Damn it, that's women's.
That's
going to
be the next topic. We're getting there in a minute.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't aware because I'm cool.
I'll chill out then, JJ, because you
know the bottom line. The bottom line to wrap a bow on this, Tony Khan, you are a fan, but damn it, act like a fucking full-grown man.
Yeah.
You can be a fan to stop being a fanboy in your own company.
Yeah.
That is the shirt right there, JJ.
Bro, and I mean this, I'm not even saying this to fucking feed my own ego. I know I'm right, and my fucking friends can absolutely confer with me. There is no justifiable reason why a fucking motherfucker who's autistic with a rinky-dink CAW league that's on a shoestring budget can act more like a fucking businessman than a multi-million-dollar man. Billion. Sorry. Right.
It's
embarrassing, bro.
This whole thing has been embarrassing since the night of All Out, and it's just evolved.
And it hasn't even gotten better in the back, which is what ruins a lot of people's enjoyment of the show. Because, like, again, I mentioned this fucking comparison on J-Hebert side, but I'll mention it here because it ties into what the hell went on TV this week. If you watch a movie, you don't hear about the drama until way before or way after. In most cases, in a lot of cases. Most TV series, same thing. You don't get a break from this shit, dude. It's every fucking week.
So
5 times a week.
I will disagree with that only because the gentleman in the lower left has proven you can have a break from it.
Right.
Because Noah turns on his TV Wednesday nights at 8 o'clock. Friday nights at 8 o'clock, and if he wants to watch WWE and subject himself when it's not being so good, then whatever those nights are. He doesn't go onto Twitter to vent. He takes the Frank Meacham approach to life. State your name, State your business. That's what he does. And when he's tweeting about New Japan, he's on that shit because he loves talking about it.
The simple man, Noah Foster, is the definition of stay in your lane.
Yes. And we are
He
all
logs
over.
on. He posts what a great morning it is.
Yep.
Maybe we'll throw some song lyrics.
Yep.
Let's fucking go. It's wrestling night. It's Wednesday. You know what that means. And he turns it off.
Right. So I agree. He's a stronger man.
He will live tweet during the show without putting a redonkulous spin on it to get himself attention. And nobody in this situation can say they've done the same.
No.
And Noah, I'm gonna out you on the air. So, how old are you, dude?
Me?
Yeah,
I'm 30 years old.
Okay, you're 30 this year. Every single person in this conversation we're talking about, as far as Tony, the Elite, Punk, whoever, well past that.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, you're all grown-ass men. Only one of you is acting like it.
I just enjoy wrestling.
Well,
and that's why we love you, because you
Yeah.
enjoy the wrestling and don't get sucked up into the crap.
I think for me is like,
good point.
I like, because I have been sucked into crap for so long that
I know.
if I were to like try to separate myself now, it's kind of really hard to do that when Kenny Omega is fucking doing bullshit, pandering to the crowd, and
It's
then
like-
Nick's botching a buckshot on purpose to fucking make fun of Punk. Because, like, how am I going to get a break from that if you just bring it on TV like that?
It's like anything else, James. Everything in life is a choice, and everything has its side effects. It's very much like a drug addiction.
Right. Yeah.
I've been doing this shit for 20 years. How many times have people got on my case for quitting because I just can't deal with it anymore? And then I come back and you just doing it for show. It's like, no, I really try to get the hell out because my brain can't handle this shit anymore.
Yeah.
Because it's so, especially the internet wrestling community, which shouldn't even be a thing.
In a lot of
It's
cases,
so
yeah.
riddled with drama and crap, and then there's people like Noah, and there's more than just Noah. He's just here, so I'm singling
And
him out.
Jesse.
Probably
And Jesse as well.
No, Jesse unfortunately allows herself to get sucked into it too, and that's just something that she is. And I'm not ragging on Jesse. I love Jesse, but she allows herself to let those assholes get to her, and I don't think that's good on her heart and her body either.
Well, I mean, she also has a job where she has to do where it's kind of.
And I understand that. And I'm not trying to make any one individual person. The point is that there are so many. Twitter has existed and is now finally starting to devolve into non-existence because there are so many people that sign up for an account that are 18 and older that should be grown-ass people that aren't acting like grown-ass people.
Yep.
That's really what it comes down to the end of the day. And I know we've rambled on this. I know JJ wanted to try to get this done before midnight our time, so at least some of us can get some decent sleep before we have our activities in the morning. So,
and I just wanted to say that it's hard as a wrestling fan when you've gone through watching dope ass shit like Kane come down and rip open a door from a Hell in a Cell. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
when you're
sure.
literally watching that from the first time.
Yep.
Then going to watch the hottest thing from the WWE leave after, like you said, main eventing WrestleMania, only to lose to Hangman Page. It's really hard to match the enthusiasm for that as a wrestling fan.
Well, but my whole argument, Mikey, was the fact that I still say everybody involved in the little scuffle, Page, Hangman Page. Cole wasn't there, but he was involved, on the verbal front. Cole, Page, the Elite, Punk, everybody was wrong, but I still maintain that Punk was the most wrong because if he hadn't lost his temper and let him get over emotional or something over emotional about it, we never would have heard anything about it.
You know what? Can we say Punk was the most wrong? Because in reality, I really feel like the fall, it really should be Tony. Only in that he should have fucking communicated with his talent.
But Punk told them to come to his locker room.
Again, we're gonna go around on this, but I'll go ahead and try to make it okay. So Tony is at fault at first for not being a better communicator, and, with all due respect to how we all individually feel about the old man, I don't think there's ever been a better communicator with his talent than Vince McMahon, and that's why he has been the guy for 40 years.
Not only was Tony at fault for not communicating, he was at fault for not nipping Punk in the bud at the scrum.
Yes.
Well, and again, Jay, that's where the fan versus the fanboy comes in. Because he was sitting there. We have the screen caps we use all the time. He's a fucking deer in the headlights, Jay. He constantly looks like that because he looks like either he's so proud of his goddamn self for how well his company's doing, or he looks like he's literally getting caught in the headlights or with a freaking hunter's rifle aimed at he's looking like a big goober there. It's funny. I use the meme of him and Punk in Chicago all the time because I feel so much like, as much as I dislike Phil for what he did, I so feel like him. I'm old, I'm tired, I'm fucking hurt, and I work with fucking children because of who I work with at Disney. I love my coworkers, but damn it, 20 years my junior, and it makes me ache with age. And I'm tired, and I do hurt, and I'm old, and anyway. But those images from that media scrum, Punk is just so bitter and angry and just so not the same Phil Brooks that sat at that exact same podium at that exact same show a year prior.
Yeah.
He was so happy to be able to be back, or so we think, or so he said. I still don't believe a fucking word out of his damn mouth. But he was so happy to be back. And he, being how old is Punk? A grown person, allowed the EVPs to rent so much space in his head that he felt he had to extract the poison in front of the world.
After he already did it once on television.
Punk is 44. He's 2 years younger than me.
Okay, so Punk is 2 years younger than the oldest guy in this room. Punk is 4 years older than me as of this coming March because I'm 40. And yet he felt that he couldn't just handle his shit privately.
Yep.
I feel, and again, you got a problem with Matt, Nick, and Kenny, I don't blame you. They're not very easy to get along with. JJ and I both know that. They're just not easy to get along with a good chunk of the time, right? They're not. I've never met Hangman Page.
Why?
But why are they not easy to get along with?
Why they just not like talk to you? Like, do they?
No, they do.
No.
What is it?
They
Like,
do.
sometimes you encounter
it's
people.
just Matt and Nick and I don't know Kenny near as well, but they're very much who they are, and they have their way of doing things. I'm not saying I agree with all the time. I'm not saying I disagree with all the time. The problem is, I know, at least from my experiences with those people, that I can go into a office or go into a room and go, okay, hey, here's my shit with you. What's your shit with me?
Yep.
And not come to blows or vent about it in front of the world and then come to blows about it afterwards. That's not grown folk activity. That's high school bullshit.
Yep.
Okay? Now.
That ain't cowboy shit. That's chicken shit.
Yes! Oh, there's the shirt. There's the shirt.
Accurate.
There's the fucking shirt, James, right there.
Accurate quote.
Amen. Yeah.
Paige venting at Punk on television, also wrong. Because live mic, and so it all comes back to what you said, Jay. These people being given a live mic without proper supervision, because we have to put the freaking yard duties on these people.
Which, by the way, is still happening because Britt Baker's still fucking shitting all over Thunder Rosa, and we don't even know she's going to be in the company in a year from now. You're still letting him do it.
Thunder Rosa was supposed to be the semi-main event. It's what we still have to talk about.
Different side tangent.
we'll get to Britt. We'll get to we'll get all that. But yeah, the problem is, and I'll kind of help JD transition into the female topic here. There's still not the proper amount of policing because for whatever reason, be it the EVPs, be it Punk, be it the ladies, or the women, because they're acting like ladies, they're acting like a bunch of bitches. They are not being policed like they apparently have to be, like a bunch of high school kids.
Yep.
That's what it comes down to. Tony thinks he can fix everything by being everybody's buddy. It's like, no. Grow a set, or the set you have, let it drop, and be the fucking boss, dude.
Sometimes people act immature, and you have to set them straight somehow. You know.
That's
just the business.
That's just humans being humans.
Yes.
But you can't let it keep happening.
Yep.
And it has been happening well before Chicago, both times.
Yep.
So it's just a matter of what JJ is always on my ass about. Tony, if you can't handle load yourself, delegate.
Yes. And not with active performers unless they're not in-ring performers.
Yes.
Get Regal in a spot, for the love of God. Have him take the damn reins.
Seriously, if Dustin's going to have to retire with his double knee surgery, he's a hell of a person to rein shit in because he's got his head on straight finally. God bless Dustin. You know, there are so many people either involved with the company or friends of involved in the company that can help on this front. I've seen them. I'm acquainted with or friends with a lot of them. It's not difficult to book, difficult to finance. It's also difficult to maintain the damn management, apparently. At least on AEW side. So Tony needs to learn to try to take the approach he's been trying to me to take for the better part of 2 months and learn to delegate better.
Yeah. And I just want to say before JJ flips the topic, if this Kenny Omega video game with Fight for the Fallen does not do well, because I know he was spearheading that, he might have some issues. And it shouldn't be as shocking to note that Punk was removed from the cover since Omega's spearheading the thing. I had always heard about him helping to develop it.
Punk was removed from the cover because they still have no idea what the hell's going to happen with him.
No, we don't even know if he's going to come back. I think they are.
He could return on Wednesday. He could file a lawsuit on Tuesday.
Believe it's all up in the air. It changes on a fucking day. There are fucking conflicting reports that say they don't want to bring him in, and then there's others that saying they actually are trying to get him back.
Well, that's
the game.
Mainly, yes, yeah.
Yeah. He's not on the cover of the game because the game hasn't been officially released yet, and they don't want somebody on the cover of the game going out if they don't know who's featured with the company.
Yeah.
It's like Vince McMahon putting Hulk Hogan on the cover of a game in 2003. Well, we're not a good idea because we don't know if he's going to leave tomorrow. But put Triple H on there. He's marrying my daughter. Do that.
So I mean, listen.
Talking about earlier.
All reliable.
For the record, the real Wyatt said in my comment section, Punk could do a one-off with Omega and then leave. So there's
he said that way earlier in the chat, and it was brought up on the screen.
Oh, sure. Okay.
If it draws money for the company, fine. But I don't want him back full time. I've said that, and I'm done with it. Please, Jay, main event us.
Well.
Yeah, JJ, you had a nice sit there, just hearing it all out.
Yeah, and I know this topic is probably going to go on for about as long, so we just may as well buckle up, gentlemen.
All right, here we go.
No sleep for Jeff.
That's all right. It's Disney. It's pre-Disney. Do I ever sleep there for Disneyland?
No, you sleep standing up in the line queue for Indiana
That
Jones.
was one time, and that was the Broad's fault, not mine, okay? You know this.
Sleep, you speak up.
Muckerfather.
But anyways, so this next topic was originally going to be the semi-main event, but since I was thrown the beautiful lob to throw to the Punk and Kenny topic.
Yes.
What you got?
Oh, damn, that did go.
Oh, La Mera Mera.
Yes.
So, as we all know, the interim title has finally disappeared.
Yes.
Yes!
Thunder Rosa then goes on to the tweeter.
Yes.
And says, thank you, hashtag Thunder Army, for all the support, and at AEW for being there for me. Dreamlike moments happened in this run, and this is not how I wanted to lose the championship, but you deserve a present champion. On to the next chapter. Now, here's where I take issue with this, because as great on the surface PR as that is, we will all remember the articles that went around a few months ago about how she did not want to lose the belt to Toni Storm.
Right.
She defeated Toni at Forbidden Door. She then conveniently got injured, and the interim became a thing in the first place.
Right.
As soon as Toni loses the fucking belt, all of a sudden there's no more interim. I smell bullshit. I smell conspiracy. I smell petty-ass bullshit on Thunder Rosa's behalf. Why in the fuck, as soon as she had to leave and the interim was crowned in the first place, did she not put something like that out? We've all discussed numerous times why the hell there was an interim in the first place. It just needed to be the crown for a new goddamn champion.
That's before I forget us, but yes.
I think that this is some petty-ass bullshit on Thunder Rosa's behalf, that she refused to relinquish the official title under Toni's reign, which is why nothing was done until Noah's girl, J-Hebert, got the title.
I'm a hater.
Jeff, I see you bobbing your head. I feel like you've got something you're going to sink your teeth into here.
In the
Talk to me,
words,
Meacham.
In the words of Eli Drake, Jeff, say the quote and do your thing.
Let me talk to you. All right. Thank you, Sean. I love you. I missed the shit out of you, Sean Richter, by the way. Oh, God. Noah, you were along with me for the ride in the NWA early days under Billy, and how much I adored Thunder Rosa as the champion and how great a run she had. Oh, JJ just completely said everything I wanted to say, but I'm going to go ahead and
Reiterate then, Meacham. I'll even give you a solo shot.
reiterate, because here's the thing.
Buy the shirt.
Wherever the fuck I have it up at this point.
This is the most important time you'll hear that quote tonight, folks. Buckle up.
Right. Tony's desire to legitimize his championships by having interim in the case of injury is fine. I was there when Punk got hurt. Fucked his leg up really bad. It fucked up so bad that Matt made fun of it this week. Yeah, okay.
Damn it.
Stupid assholes. Anyway, I believed from the beginning that Thunder Rosa wasn't hurt. I believed it then. I believe it now. Really? It's way too convenient that the interim title all of a sudden, I'm going to go ahead and relinquish.
And Toni Storm has been such an advocate of becoming a legitimate champion, and the minute she loses it.
But her reign has been legitimized. She is a former undisputed, not interim world champion, so that at least is a relief.
Amen.
But JJ's 100% right. It was bullshit because it irritates me that, again, this comes down to Tony Khan not having the control over the people that he signs paychecks to.
Or the cojones.
Yeah. Well, I know he has cojones because I'm pretty sure he has kids, so at least there's that. But he needs to let them redrop, apparently. And I said this during the last hour or two segment we had before, or maybe 6 hours, however long it was. it all comes back to Tony. Con.
Yep.
It all comes back to him. Now, James made no bones about his feelings about Dr. Britt Baker. No, help me out here.
DMD.
Well, man, they're both just as petty now. Shit.
Thank you. Appreciate you saying that without me having to say.
Fuck me. I mean, the only thing I have trouble believing is that she wasn't legitimately injured, because, like, I think she has legitimately been injured since even before the back injury. To be honest.
That's fine. But
everything else, I believe.
James, I don't even think Renee's microphone was properly warmed up yet before Thunder Rosa put her tweet out. And that's not okay with me. Because if she was legitimately hurt and it was an injury to the point where that tweet was going to go out where her future was uncertain as a present champion, it's in her verbiage. I'm not saying anything she didn't say herself. Then there never should have been an interim attached to Tony's name.
Bingo.
Period. End of sentence. And
suppose that.
How much were Noah and me to a certain extent and everybody that was calling the show last week and everything, how wound up were we that it was going to be an interim at best for Jamie? Because Jamie fucking deserves it.
Damn it!
Chris Statlander deserves it had she not gotten hurt. There are so many people in that company that deserve it besides Britt. I love Britt, but there are so many deserving talents in that company. And now that we know that Saraya can go again, let's get her, not right away. Don't ruin the, don't smooch the pooch, whatever the fuck the phrase is.
Ruby Soho. Don't Ruby Soho it.
Yeah, Ruby would be a great champion. And as long as we're going to keep having J-Hebert be a thing, let's get that world title scene invigorated again. And really, you've got Tony, you've got Jamie, you've got Britt, you've got Saraya, you've got Ruby. I don't know if she's hurt or what you're doing with her right now, but there are so many quality talents that haven't been getting the recognition because they, at least in my opinion, my name's not on the marquee right now, but it's on there on the cover sheet. My opinion is that the women that haven't been on TV hardly, they also realize, this is petty bullshit, I ain't going to be up in it. So now that that part of it is over, maybe we'll see. Exactly. That's the problem. People know she's there because they're not giving her the time. This whole joke that runs about,
broken nose.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Broken
nose injury will do that too, yeah.
Thank you. That's right. That's good. Again, there are so many quality talents in that company right now that they felt the need to have another championship. So, I say, great that the interim championship thing is no longer a thing, that both Tony and Jamie are now recognized world champions. And if it comes out that Thunder Rosa was being a petty bitch, then that sucks, because I held Thunder Rosa in high regard. I really do.
Yeah.
At least right now I do, because I don't know. I'm not going to make summations. I'm not going to, say, form an opinion based on incomplete facts.
Yeah.
But because I tried very hard not to be that guy, especially on this level.
Yeah, we know.
And yes, Britt is the star of the division, with the exception now of Saraya being in that mix. Because as wonderful as it is that Jamie is the champion, and I think that hopefully it won't be overshadowed by her friendship with Britt Baker still being a thing. Britt and Saraya are at the top of that star power food chain. Great wrestlers? Shit, line them up. So there's a ton of them. But if it comes out that Thunder Rosa was just being petty and being a bitch about it, I'm very disappointed.
That speaks volumes, and I co-sign 100%.
What is it?
that
I
the
say
women's
this
TBS
women's
title has
title-
been better than the
TBS, fine.
AEW Women's Championship. Jade hasn't lost a match and is still holding that title strong.
Like I've told you privately, Jade, I've said this on the show a couple times. She is very much like Riddle. She's grown on me. Granted, like a fungus, because it's been tough and it's been kind of hard to smell at times. But she's grown on me. I am on the Cargill fan club. I am. I'm a fan. I like
Represent
her.
that bitch.
I like the presentation.
Nice job, JJ.
I love that. I love people got so wound up. Nyla shouldn't be a contender because she stole the title. What the fuck else are you gonna do with Jade? She's beating everybody else's ass.
Yeah.
You gotta
Agree,
have
Real Wyatt.
story.
Agree.
Different context, as I said.
I'd actually argue Jade Cargill is a more professional and a bigger star.
Well,
than even
professional,
Britt is now.
yes. Bigger star, no, I don't think so.
And I gotta
and
say,
again,
Jeff, I know you said you haven't seen Dynamite, but with the firing of Kiera Hogan from the Baddies, I think we now know who very well could be the one to dethrone and finally Jade Cargill the one.
And not Kiera.
What?
That's
It
a
was
hot
supposed
take,
to be.
JJ.
It was supposed to be Chris Statlander. We still don't know how long she's gonna be out.
What?
She's defeated pretty much everybody. Kiera Hogan has now been fired from the Baddies. It writes itself, y'all. I'm just saying.
It's a filler program, in my opinion. Red Velvet's back. Good for her.
What? That's a short story, JJ.
Hey,
I don't
don't make me have to Mansfield you, Mikey T, and make you apologize to me later.
We'll have to see, bro.
He's already on my shit list about the Jarrett thing, which I am gonna fix. Give it.
War Games. Her ending.
But I do agree with Mikey on Kiera. I'm sorry, I do.
I agree,
Kiera, I never got into her character in Impact. I'm not into it now. Like, I don't, and again, this is not me, like, because, like I said, Jade, I allowed to, grow. And Kiera's short. Oh, I made a joke, you didn't mean to.
Yeah,
it's
Jeff,
too late in the fucking
Kiera Hogan
reel, y'all.
was not more recently, Jeff. Kiera Hogan was not the more recently added baddie, right?
No, that was Layla Gray.
That was Layla Gray. That was Layla Gray, yeah.
Okay,
Velvet,
so they let
Red
her
Velvet was
go.
the original, and then and again, Kiera, I don't know the situation with Kiera and Impact. I just know that they reached an impasse and she left. So I never bought her character in either company. I don't get it. No. So I don't think she should be the one. I think
There's an impact.
Depending on how long Chris is still going to be out, I still say they should wait for Chris.
Yes, Chris for champion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's be real though. If she's not injury prone, because this is what, her second major ACL tear.
Yeah. Well, and again, I'm not trying to speak as a doctor because I'm not. But once the knees go, it's very hard, especially as an athlete in the ring, constantly doing shit like that. The knees are the most re-injury prone parts of the body besides the brain. I've seen it countless times in wrestling. Mysterio's on 468 injuries at this point in the one knee? Something like that, right around there?
Something like that.
He's wearing a damn brace right now. He got his ass beat on Thanksgiving wearing a damn leg brace.
Right?
Poor little shit. Seriously, my dad texted me randomly at work the other day. Surprise, Rey Mysterio's injured. I'm like, in other words, the sky's blue here at Disney. Thanks, Dad. Talk to you later.
Again?
Dominic went in there and beat his ass on behalf of his uncle Chavito for Ray stealing his Porsche back in 06.
Oh, Jesus.
Please bring Chavito back for a one-off.
Chavito.
You know what? If Nyla was still
beat up
contending, I would say put Chavito with Vicky just because it'd be funny. But now it's like,
Well, Chavo tried to manage Andrade, and then.
That, Jeff.
yeah, we all saw how well that went.
Mikey T and Noah, neither one of you have really chimed in on this situation. It's pretty much all been me and Jeff with a little bit of chime in from James.
Well,
Anything that you guys really want to add into this?
Well, I had a few things I wanted to say about Thunder Rosa. You know, I've always said I really respected the way that she came into AEW. You know what I mean? I always respected the way that she came into AEW, but once she became champion, it's much like you guys were talking about before. It was all about the chase compared to having nowhere to go once she got the title. And she just got like downplayed. I don't want to say disrespected, but her title run was downplayed time and time again, where she would get like no time on television, whereas beforehand she was getting all the time, like to showcase herself, like the reason that she was deserving of having the title. Now, if she was supposed to drop the title to Toni Storm at that one pay-per-view, I guess it was Forbidden Door.
Yeah, Forbidden Door.
Yeah, it's Forbidden Door.
It seemed like that's where she was supposed to drop that title, but wasn't it only like 2 months after she had just got it, or when did she got the title? Because she
got it 2 weeks after Revolution on St. Patrick's Day
in a
Slam.
steel cage match on AEW Dynamite St. Patrick's Smash special.
So she got it in March, let's say.
Yes.
So March to. So she was really light into her, title run. But Tony wanted to flip the title onto whom he thought was more marketable. That just didn't turn out to be the case. Toni Storm, I said it on my the predictions video, Noah. Toni Storm has quite a ways to go when it comes to character development. Jamie Hayter is there. You know what I mean? You got people like Big G and Noah running around saying they're haters. You know what I'm saying?
I met the woman, man. I'm a hater for life. I don't know what Big G is. He hasn't met her. He met her friend.
You are hating right now, Noah.
No, I'm appreciating. You can put some respect behind my hater status.
He's hating for hater.
It's in a Jamie Hayter fan. But yeah, so I think they really got 3 women that they can build on right now with Jamie, Britt, and Saraya. You know what I'm saying? Unless Tony is known for this. Tony is known for
Here's
this.
the quote. I've been waiting for this quote.
He's known for putting the title on the heel to flop the title back. So potentially he's doing this for Saraya. Potentially he's doing this to put the title on Saraya at Revolution. I would not be shocked to see that. If this whole Jamie Hayter thing doesn't really work out, because guys, he didn't want to miss the opportunity again. He missed the boat with the Acclaimed. He missed the biggest pop AEW would have ever seen for a half-sized pop a week later. You know, he missed the big pop, so he didn't want to miss that with Jamie Hayter. Did he really get? Now, Noah, you're up next. Did he really get that pop with Jamie Hayter at Full Gear?
I would say so. The crowd was firmly behind her. They were booing Toni Storm at times. And when the shenanigans came into play, the crowd definitely added in a audible fashion. The people have been behind Jamie Hayter, and I will say it again, since her development last year when she was involved in the buy-in at Full Gear in a tag team affair. And while we have not been able to hear a lot of her on the mic, she definitely has impressed us enough in the ring, and that status quo of definitely showing out AW All Out coming this close, only to be tossed by Britt Baker, suspension of disbelief, how they are still friends, and Britt paying it forward for her friend. Again, the money program, you even said it yourself, the main money program to build for the long haul, maybe to Revolution, I feel is Diverbreaker DMD and Jamie Hayter. Jamie Hayter right now has been unable to speak on her own behalf while being alongside Britt. Tried speaking this Wednesday when she was announced firmly as the AEW Women's World Champion, and Britt took the mic and even did this during her little stance. There's no doubt Britt Baker's trying to make herself still the focal point. I don't think Jamie Hayter is a fool of that. Jamie Hayter said during the media scrum she welcomes having Britt as a rival. As far as putting Saraya into play, let's not push Saraya any further than needs be. Again, it was not until she was 1,000% her own words medically cleared to fully be able to compete in the ring. And despite the pettiness aside and the politicking carried out by the tweeter and exposed by dirt sheets, reading is what you believe, but I believe seeing is believing. Britt and Saraya had a very well-paced, safe match at the pay-per-view, James. You can't deny that.
Yes.
And Saraya got the win. So whether or not Saraya and Jamie and Britt have another confrontation, whether Toni Storm breaks her face again and goes after Jamie again, maybe at Battle of the Belts, I'm looking forward to what Jamie Hayter can do as the AEW Women's World Champion. Now, as far as the Thunder Rosa thing goes, you read a tweet. Does text justify meaning and feeling? No. Just words. Just print. Just what you see on the internet. If that's what Thunder Rosa's personality comes out to be, then you can judge it then. Until we know 100%, I'm leaving it where it is. I'm just glad they finally dropped the intro bullshit because it wasn't needed. It held down the company. It held down the title. It made the title feel less important. Thus, J-Berg was the most important thing in the women's division. Some might argue she still is. Yeah. I can't wait to see what Jamie Hayter does now as champion. That's all I really have to say.
Jeff.
Saraya is 30, Emmanuel.
Jeff.
Yes, Meacham.
With a muted mic.
Oh, so Revolution's in mid-March?
Yeah.
February.
I am not at all, but I appreciate the implication. I don't have the drop alcohol in this house, actually. So if Revolution's mid-March, from Full Gear till mid-March is great by me. And then if she does drop it to Britt, which, hang on, don't kill me yet, drops it to Britt, and then Saraya gets her moment over Britt for the title, double or nothing.
My thing...
Or Hayter. And then she beats Britt at Revolution. Yeah, you're right about that. I was mistaken that. And I'm thinking maybe Saraya versus Toni Storm at Revolution. And maybe Toni Storm steps up and she's like, you got to go through me to get to the title. Yeah. But then we got, because we need that Britt Baker, Jamie Hayter. And Britt needs to put over Jamie.
Yep.
Right.
Okay, I
agree.
I would agree with that. Either way, I think that Saraya should not even get a sniff at a title shot until double or nothing.
I agree.
Yep. Yeah. You're right.
The only thing
and I do respect Rebel, by the way, not Reba, but hey, who doesn't love Rebel?
I was going to say, I don't speak about her that much because I haven't really gotten a chance to see her in the ring. She's just kind of been a sidekick for as long as I've been watching.
Same with me, JJ.
For me,
and as far as Britt for TBS champ, she needs to be in the women's world title picture.
Yeah,
that would have to say like they were ready to throw in the towel on Jade Cargill if they were going to put it in a Britt, and I don't think they're going to.
You know something. We're only talking about 2 world championships under the TK umbrella. We're not talking about the Ring of Honor one.
True, and as we know now, Athena has made her voice and case be known on Rampage. She wants Mercedes Martinez. That would not surprise me if that's booked at Final Battle.
Right.
Nice.
The problem with at least the champion, and I didn't see Rampage, so I didn't know this, but
yeah, I still haven't seen Rampage either.
I was wondering too.
What I've observed is the Ring of Honor Women's Championship is the one of the star attractions on Dark and Elevation, which is not where it used to be.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it's been defended.
Based on that title with Athena, then, right? Jeff?
Although the reason Tony did at least explain it a little bit. Like he says he's not trying to feature all the champions because he's not trying to overcrowd as much as he used to.
Well, again,
yeah, he did. He said that at the media scrum.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the full media scrum because I enjoy having.
No.
I agree.
I totally get it, but when James mentioned that, I remembered hearing Tony mention that, how he's trying to feature the ROH titles a little bit less on the main programs, but it gives you a reason to tune into Dark and Elevation because you can still see those titles kind of defended.
I only tuned in the media scrum because there was actual people I was interested to hear speak.
Which
Jamie Hayter.
I wanted to see Max's post championship speech.
Yes.
Which was as epic as I imagined it being.
For all the damn 2.5 minutes it lasted, and he dropped more F-bombs than I have tonight, crying out loud.
That was that was the opening bit, and that's all I needed to see. Right? And then thank you, Denise Salcedo, for uploading the Jamie Hayter bit separately, because I definitely want to hear from Jamie Hayter, who again has been very little vocally, except for the video package into Full Gear.
Yeah, it seems I'm gonna have that little salt shaker over there for the grains to come out. It seems like, at least with the women's division, they're back on track.
Agree.
We'll see.
For now, until
Yeah,
Thunder Rosa and Britt Baker in the same locker room. Well, here's what I wanted to bring up, because I haven't really spoken my piece on it, but I want and hope and pray genuinely that, because I feel like this has to be what it is. I don't think it's that fucking petty on Thunder's side. I'm not saying she isn't petty, but she's definitely a petty. There's certain aspects of it definitely petty.
Who's not petty in this business, James? Let's be honest.
Exactly,
Professional
which is
wrestling.
part of the fucking problem, by the way. But I digress.
Buy the shirt.
Yeah.
Dang.
Please.
My thing with it is like, I would hope that she was trying to actually get back, and it sounds like she was like working damn near overtime to try to get back on time, and it just wasn't happening because it was a more serious injury than she thought, which was reported a while as well.
A while back.
Yeah, so like I think that's why I think the injury is real, because I don't know. It would unless she's gone from the company. Like I just don't see that. I don't see that being the case.
I'm not going to disagree with that. I just agree with JD that it seems very suspicious.
It does, but at the same time, we also got to keep in mind that, like, you know, we also,
as my daughter would say, it's sus.
Yeah,
Lack
it's
of proper communication.
right. Exactly. I mean,
Communication is key.
It really comes down to, it's like, there's no way Tony would be holding it off for this long for any other reason but she's injured. I would think anyway, but you know.
The best way to put a bow on the AEW side of things tonight is the fact that it comes down to Tony Khan and his inability to be properly communicative and properly authoritative.
Yep.
That's what is going on in AEW right now. It doesn't matter what talent, what executive you speak of. The buck stops at Tony, even Matt and Nick, and he needs to realize that, and he needs to sack up.
Yep. Amen.
I am going to disagree. I am going to disagree with your last comment there, Real Wyatt.
Yeah.
Until Ring of Honor gets their own television or streaming deal,
they have no choice.
They need to be on AEW television to stay relevant in the consumer's mind.
That's exactly right.
Once they get their own deal, you are
Agreed.
absolutely right. And aside from the inevitable cross promotion,
right,
a la NXT to main roster, then they won't be featured on regular television anymore. But until that point, there's no point in Tony buying Ring of Honor, because then you've got to start from ground zero, rebuilding a company where at the very least he's had Ring of Honor pay-per-views and the champions on his weekly televisions to keep the product in the consumer's mind.
Yeah.
I would say...
Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
I would say at this point, definitely have the world champion on one show or the other each week.
Yeah.
I would say sprinkle the tag champions in
when
FTR is allowed to be on television for whatever reason they're not.
Yeah.
I still think get the damn TNT title off of Joe and have him be the Ring of Honor TV champion. But the world and tag titles definitely on TV often enough. The TV champion should be on one TV show or the other every week until they get their own TV deal. That must be a thing.
Yeah.
But like we talked about with Mercedes, make the Dark and Elevation shows the Ring of Honor showcase shows until they actually get their own streaming platform deal.
Would actually probably get more viewers for those shows too, to be fair.
Which what JD was talking about. You know, you wanna be able to. I'm so blind.
There'd be no ECW if WWF didn't show a small showcasing of their matches, so it's important for always to have this. And to be fair, the Ring of Honor Pure title has been showcased lately
Quite
on
a bit,
Dark,
yeah.
defended by Daniel Garcia.
Yeah, people always gloss over the fact that from 1997 on, whatever else you want to believe, the WWF was trying to help ECW. Because Vince saw that as another, don't have to pay for it my own goddamn self, farm system.
Yeah.
I agree. I just don't want them to take the belts off of the Acclaimed. I wish they would have taken them off of either the Bucks, but you know, the Bucks were bitches and dodged them, or taking them off of Swerve in Our Glory.
Plus,
Yeah.
FTR, they're going to be busy enough to defend the IWGP Heavyweight Tag Team Championships.
Yeah,
against this year's World Tag League winner.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think if they were to take the AEW tag team titles, I think you're seriously risking injuring Dax as well.
Well, yeah, because
Like-
they already have what, 2 sets, 3 sets right now?
They have 3 sets of titles right now, and that's a whole different animal when you consider a booking philosophy between the 3 companies. And Dax Harwood facing Brian Danielson in singles next week.
Like, I agree that it should happen for like a month, but it has to come when they're planning on dropping the belts. But until that point, don't give them the titles yet.
Yeah. I would say have them hang on to the ROH titles until we get a definitive presence
deal.
on screen for Ring of Honor, and then they could have a run with filling the team here and drop the titles.
I think even when they get a TV deal also, I really do feel if everything's smoothed over and they get Punk back and everybody's smoothed over, whatever the fuck, your money is that 4-way, and it should honestly be for both titles for Max to hold them for a month. I think that's the best publicity you could give for Ring of Honor before you drop it to a Ring of Honor star and have it be exclusive to Ring of Honor from that point forward. Because I think then you got the audience definite, you know. That's just my thing. MJF to drop it to a Ring of Honor talent that people would be like, yeah. Because of
So now you put the ROH Championship on CM Punk tonight, and you put it on MJF.
No. What he's saying is, have Max drop the AEW Championship in Ring of Honor, guys?
No.
Okay.
Have the Ring of Honor title and the AEW
I'll explain.
title.
I do stand by the Punk thing, yes, but Punk for story mainly to just give fucking
James
Max
wants ROH to work.
I'll tell you why I say that. Basically, mainly to give Max, I don't know, what he's fucking owed. That's number one. Number two, because if you want a big vehicle for Ring of Honor to get eyeballs, I don't think there's a bigger star that you could put the belt on, even if it's just for a month, than Max.
Yeah.
So he wins the Ring of Honor belt in a fatal 4-way match, along with retaining the AEW title. And then he drops the Ring of Honor title a month later on the Ring of Honor show to, say, Bryan Danielson for one last run.
Yeah, that would get a lot of eyes on the final battle for sure.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I really just feel, putting both titles up for grabs, that would get the buys up for sure.
Well, not even just that final battle. I'm talking about, like, at an AEW event, both belts are on the line, and then he defends the Ring of Honor on the first show. Like, Max defends it on the first show and then loses it because of some bullshit.
I just feel like what Tony has kind of created over there, he's got some really good champions right now. I don't know to ROH history, but he's got Jericho, Samoa Joe with the TV title, the Revival, and now he's about to put Athena in place, then we got Daniel Garcia. You know, I feel like they got a good roster of champions together.
Good lineup.
I think, as I said, I think there is, if you could get past everybody's bullshit, there's so much leverage and storytelling and money to be made.
There's money. There's money in it.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
money.
It's,
yeah.
And that's what it comes down to, right? If you're, it's
if they want
at the end of the day, it's a business.
Right.
Yep.
And I think
it's on the businessmen what they do. We are not the businessmen that influence those decisions. We are just the fans that invest in those decisions.
And that's why I mentioned the idea I mentioned, because if you give Max the belt and then drop it to Danielson, there you go. That takes care of it. Ring of Honor's exclusive to those titles, right? But you also get a lot of eyeballs because you got the top AEW name holding that championship along with the AEW World Title.
All right.
And you know, it's a win-win because Max is owed what he was supposed to be owed from Phil, and Phil's happy because he gets a proper world title run, so he can stop bitching. Kenny Omega is, you know, getting to finish out he getting to do what he wants to do, supposedly for the love of pro wrestling. So everybody's happy, right? Supposedly.
Oh, perfect. Man.
Do with that,
Brian gets
and
over
then
it.
you're making money on top of that. So ultimately, TK's happy. So it's my idea. I know it probably won't happen because I'm
Honestly, man, I think that would give Tony Khan a lot of leverage to even say, "Hey, this is this is where I'm going to showcase this talent."
Yep.
And I want to put it on a network.
Yep.
And you know what, TNT, if you don't want to offer me any other money like they did with Thunder and Eric Bischoff, I'm going to go to a different network. I just don't know really where else they could go. And I just other than a streaming, as we all said multiple times.
Yeah.
I still say they're going to have to wait on any sort of television or streaming anything until this merger finalizes itself out.
Yeah, and not to mention too. I mean, if it's really a issue with getting a TV deal, if Turner doesn't fucking want that, like here's the deal. If Turner wants it, okay, my demands. Briscoe's in, or I'm taking it to somewhere else. Because I'm not having Ring of Honor without the Briscoes. They're too fucking important not to have there. At least for a few more years, especially for the tag division.
Well, but Jay and Mark are a whole other animal, and a lot of corporate people don't want them on their television. I can't blame them.
Right, but at the same time, they are not the same people that they were on social media all that fucking time ago, and have since actually worked with the people that they disparaged against all that time ago. So I mean, and by the way, have said nothing but positive things about them. Effie did. So I mean,
and that's fine, but retroactive and prior condemning of things of that nature are always going to be a thing. So
Right, Joey Ryan?
Until that changes, then I don't think Jay and Mark will get a job working on a mainstream company.
it depends on what network they're on.
Mhm.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. He'll have leverage to take it somewhere else because it would be
Well,
a commodity at that point.
Right. That's fair.
All right.
I look forward to that.
I will tell. I
Wow.
will tell.
We have gone a long time tonight, gentlemen.
Yeah. 8 hours again?
We're already at 8 hours and 15 minutes almost.
Yeah.
What is time?
It's about time. It's about time. It's about time.
Time waits for no man.
Time is on our side. No, it's not.
Let us go ahead and start to make the rounds of plugs here.
Well, mine will be
so
quick
that
and
we
easy
can
because I have
get
a
out of here. Yes, I know. I was going to throw to Mikey T first, James.
Yes, of course, Mikey T.
Guys,
Mikey T, go ahead and take it away. Tell everyone where they can find you.
as always, I appreciate y'all tapping in or having me tap in on open mic night. Really appreciate the conversation and all of y'all's aspects. You know what I mean? I've still got to watch Survivor Series. What's it called? Deadly Games tonight?
Yeah,
War
shit,
Games.
for retro, yeah.
It should have been called Deadly Games, yeah. But yeah, War Games it was actually called. I got to check that out. But apparently I got obliterated in the predictions because I'll explain that. Because I tried to switch my predictions at the end because I realized for Full Gear I kind of messed up going the safe bets. What's the point going the safe bet if you know you won't win? You got to switch it up. You know what I mean? To see if you can actually get a win there. But,
Try to pull a
guys-
Hail Mary.
Yep, exactly.
Football reference.
That's the last time you'll hear that this year.
Is the spot to be at 11 p.m. on Saturday night. So that's where you'll catch me. But if you guys want to see my YouTube channel, you can go check it out as well. Guys,
Report Card Radio.
Y'all, Report Card Radio. I appreciate y'all. I got to be up in the morning. So I got to jump up out of here, though.
Peace out, brother.
Jeff, JJ, Noah, y'all are the shit.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you very
God bless
much,
you, man.
Mikey. We appreciate you tapping in, as you say, coming on to the show all the time. You are always welcome. Real Wyatt, very quickly, I haven't heard anything about that as of yet.
No.
As soon as some news does break on it, we will address it on the show, of course, because that definitely will be something topical to discuss.
But yes, Mikey, we all love you on this show, including me, J-F-F. Ha ha ha! Motherfucking Meacham.
Ain't he great?
Ain't I great? Damn
it. Sorry.
And Real Wyatt, we appreciate the fact that you came around and you understood where we were coming from. We weren't trying to disrespect you, but sometimes when they're in the middle of a topic like that and we're in heated conversation, we can't give you the time that you feel we should to address your super chat. But we definitely try to get it acknowledged and a brief conversation about it. So hopefully you won't turn your back on us and stop supporting us completely.
Yes, agreed.
All right, so
I got nothing going on except with stuff with you, dude. So
I was gonna say let's go ahead and throw to James's nifty video here real quick.
There you go.
And yes, the Real Wyatt, we did revel in what we are.
We always have.
Yes, go back into my archives. I did finally review Black Adam. You can check out that review on Renegade's Reviews in the archives.
And also, yes, she is named Mistress Audio, but it's not what you think. She'll
can't be. We're in November.
That's true.
At least for a few more days.
That's a few more days. That's right.
So over on my side of things, on the Renegade side of things, to steal a quote from James over here.
I see what you did there.
We are wrapping up the Sandra Bullock showcase this week. After discussing Slumberland tomorrow, that was supposed to be new release Saturday, but it's now going to be new release Sunday because there is no episode of The Warzone to go up this week due to the holidays and time and financials for the holidays. I just did not have the ability to get out and peruse the stores.
Yes.
So new release Sunday tomorrow, my coverage of Slumberland, the new Netflix movie starring Jason Momoa. Then it'll be back to Sandra Bullock land with The Proposal and Ocean's 8 to wrap up the month. Thursday is going to be a hell of a day, or I should in Sami Zayn language put haluva day for me, as I will be tackling episode 2 of the Santa Clauses, as well as kicking off my 31 days of Christmas with my first of 2 tributes to the Rankin Bass catalog, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Santa Claus is Coming to Town, and the oft-forgotten 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. That one is a bonus feature that you can usually find on the Frosty's Winter Wonderland disc. Let me see here. I've lost an image, which sucks. I'm not sure where it is.
Do you want? I'll talk about this. This is my favorite time of the year, and these movies are my childhood right here. So,
All of us. Really?
Yeah, these are all of our childhoods, bro. Like,
Yeah,
for
man.
real.
Yeah, can't argue that.
Although
I was once a wee lad.
The show JJ and I have next Monday will not feature the Santa from Rudolph. Why is that, Jay?
Because Santa's a dick.
His dick. That's right.
Santa is a dick in that.
I cannot find.
He's a big old dickhead in that.
I cannot find what happened to my other graphic, but the following day will be the Frosty the Snowman trilogy.
Yeah!
Frosty the Snowman, Frosty's Winter Wonderland, which is again oft forgotten, and then Frosty Returns, the Lorne Michaels produced
John Goodman feature, yes.
Yes.
And Winter Wonderland is forgotten because they never air that damn thing anymore, and it's a tragedy. It's great.
It is. On Saturday will be another triple feature. How the Grinch Stole Christmas. The 2018 Illumination version of The Grinch, starring Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yes.
Oh boy.
As the voice of the Grinch. And new release Saturday, Lindsay Lohan's Falling for Christmas. Lindsay Lohan is back.
Yes.
And she's as good as she was before her many issues, if you will.
And that is the one Saturday in the last 5 that will not feature a supercard presentation from the Jeff Ejner Multiverse Media.
Right.
Thank God.
Real quick. Are you going? I don't know if you've already done it, but have you reviewed the? Why am I blanking on his name? The live action one. Why am I?
The Jim Carrey one?
Yeah, the Jim Carrey one. Sorry.
Yeah. I have not reviewed that one yet because I am looking to do an entire month of Jim Carrey at some point.
Got you.
We had that
Boy,
planned
that's going to be a
for
comedy fest.
whatever
Literally.
it was this year, and it just didn't happen. So
Yes, you are late to the party. Unfortunately, we did have
Yes,
a
you do.
tribute go up at the start of the open mic night
Yep.
to Jason David Frank, to John Aniston, to help me out, Meacham, the stuntman.
James Winburn.
Thank you.
Yes.
So we did pay our tributes and had a little bit of conversation about JDF at the beginning
Yes, we
of
did.
open mic night. You're definitely going to want to go back and take a look at that.
Yep. Way back.
It saves Chris.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. That was a purposeful neglect.
Then, of course, on Tuesday nights, make sure you tune into Stat Boy Sports Bar. Jeff Meacham will be back behind the boards
That is the
producing
plan.
this one.
Yes.
Thank goodness I don't have to try to rush home with the kiddos from school this week to try to be in the chair at 4 o'clock.
Yes.
Will Talk Wrestling be a thing this week, sir, or no?
No, I'll be on the clock at the Mouse at 6:45. So 7 o'clock.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
So then, in lieu of that, make sure you tune in and check out the boss man, Aaron Riff,
Yes.
with his Raw recaps, AEW Dynamite recaps, SmackDown recaps, and of course the No DQ review.
The DQ review will have a special episode tomorrow, by the way. So check that out.
Okay, good to know.
I think they're going to have their regular Thursday this coming week. I don't know, but they'll definitely be on tomorrow per virtue.
All right, so make sure you check that out. You never know who's going to join the panel of the review. Yeah, it won't be Jeff this week, but it could be me, could be Noah, could be Big Baller G, could be the Cleaver. You never know who's going to be there.
No DQ review is like a box of chocolates.
You never know what you're gonna get.
You also don't know what you're going to
Let's
get when
go.
you hire Santa Meach for your Christmas party appearances or in-home appearances. He could be as naughty as Billy Bob Thornton, and he could be as nice as Edmund Gwynn. You never know what you're going to get with Santa Meacham.
And I definitely need to get you an updated graphic because through the wonder of technology, Santa now has a phone number.
Uh-huh.
So
There you go.
I'll have to work on that for the coming week's presentations.
There you go. Make sure you check out the Cleveland combatant Josh Mansfield, who was on with us earlier, at CatholicJosh122 on the Twitter. At Mellowman on the Instagram.
On the gram. Not
And then-
that about grams on this show because we're not partakers of the gram. But, you know.
The next time we're going to be completely insane and run for a long period of time.
Again.
You saw it in James's video.
Yes.
We are a glutton for punishment, boys. ROH Final Battle plus not Noah's NXT.
Damn it!
Deadline. There you go. There it is. There it is. Woo!
Presenting Deadline plus Open Mic Night.
Yeah, man, I love that graphic, by the way. Damn.
You did good with that one. I'm not gonna lie. As simple as that was, just kind of the two posters there together. You went all out for that one.
Yeah.
Oh, hell the outro!
Hold on, let me show my ass at the scrum and all out like Punk did.
The Real Wide wants to go on the review with you, James.
Oh dear Christ!
Oh, that will be fun. Yeah. I did respond to him in my chat. Yeah. We'll definitely blame one, brother.
Yeah, Dahlia. We ran the little graphic of the memoriam, and I don't think we went more than 10 minutes on Jason, so it wasn't like a big long, hour-long tribute or anything, but we did definitely talk about it, so definitely go back and check it out.
And go check out Datia's wrestling channel, It's Wrestling Time, where she keeps you informed on all things wrestling and also Power Rangers.
Yes, they are not going to be both at the same time. I want to say Reign of Honor is going to be at 1 or 2 Pacific, and then Deadline goes at 5 Pacific per the usual. So
it will be
they are running the same day, but not at the same time. There may be a little bit of an overlap between the Reign of Honor main event and the kickoff to Deadline. But unlike the NFL, we're not going to tear away from the action of one to go to the action of the other.
Right.
We will ride out.
Are you sure? I had an idea that if it overlapped, we just fucking one person comments one and one person comments the other just for the shits and giggles.
That would be way too chaotic.
Oh, that's the fun of it.
Oh
no,
I do have no. Bad James.
Okay, real quick before I go to the next plug, Meacham.
Well, go put the graphic up for December 10th.
For
the one I made, yeah.
This wasn't included in the graphic because it wasn't made official until yesterday. Featuring good old JM.
Yay!
I will be there. Disney gave me the day off. Another Saturday off. I'm gonna take it and run.
Let's freaking go! Our last commentary call for 2022. Let's freaking go!
Yeah, buddy.
I will be there for Open Mic Night. I will be there for whatever I'm allowed to be part of the next Ring of Honor because I don't know who's going to call what. Like I said, JJ has I said this earlier, has very much been the
He's
MVP.
WWE guy. I'm going to be Ring of Honor guy, I think, is how that's working.
Then I will be third man in when I need to be, and I don't need to be involved in a threesome with anybody, so I'm okay with that.
I mean, again, I'm just the guy that calls everything, and before you continue, I'm just going to say this. This has been the greatest fun I've ever had, professional wrestling fan. I thank all three of you and anybody that's listened to me throughout this year. I've absolutely loved this and can't wait to do this continuing on again in 2023.
I'm right there with you.
The wee hours January 4th, brother.
I believe Final Battle will be available on Bleacher Report, like the AEW standard ones, as well as on pay-per-view.
Yeah,
correct.
I believe that is correct. Yes. Because
I've already ordered it.
And then, of course, the big show that we are plugging, not Paul White.
Well,
the Eve of Christmas Eve special.
Oh, Lord.
The show that Noah is dreading immensely because he just does not know what he is going to do with himself.
I'm going to lose my tech combine! Damn it!
That's right.
But it is going to be a joyous occasion for sure.
Yes, faux show.
And who knows what could come up upon the wheel.
The wheel, you say?
The wheel.
See,
let us see, shall we?
For now. Oh.
It is as simple as that. A $5 super chat on that evening.
But what about getting your relatives from the airport safely?
That's more of a super
five-
chat than we.
A $5 super chat that evening will get us to seeing
Invest
one
in the
of
greatest
those.
Christmas ham you can find in your local grocery store.
If you are shopping for your
Poor
Christmas
Noah.
for the 23rd, you got more issues that we can't help you with. Okay, for real.
Poor Noah.
No. Definitely super chat if you.
Real, why did I know him? Okay.
Oh my God. Yes, so for a $5 super chat that evening,
no.
you will get a spin of the wheel.
Buy 15 boxes of cash case.
And you will get us hitting one of those songs, Noah included.
I'm trying not to laugh so loud.
Because holy hell,
we broke
it's going to be
y'all.
a joyous evening.
Get a PlayStation 5. Damn it!
All right. Just
That's
for that,
right,
you're
Real
gonna
Wyatt.
be the
There will
lead
be
singer on
no
this karaoke cavalcade of
wrestling.
hell.
Damn it.
Just for that. Damn you, Foster.
Oh, Foster.
Oh my God.
The best lines every time.
The best part about all this is that despite how much Noah is fighting this, we all know deep down that number one, he's a team player, so he'll suck it up and do it.
That's right.
And number two, he's going to have a blast doing it.
Yes.
Even though it may not be his cup of tea. Because we know Noah well enough to know that he is going to have fun come hell or high water.
That's right. He will find a way to make himself have fun.
It's okay, and don't forget, Morgan Freeman will make an appearance, and we'll do impressions as well. No, it won't be all singing. It'll be good.
Lord help me.
And then, of course, we will wrap up the year.
Yes.
With the coast-to-coast New Year's countdown. And considering that it is almost 12:30 on the West Coast now, I'm starting to think that this is going to be less and less of a problem to do.
No, you fake! You freaking fake!
The only way this will be a complete fuck up is if I have to work New Year's Eve.
Oh my God.
God, wouldn't that be the worst? I've had every Saturday off until New Year's Eve. They throw me a curveball like, damn you, Mouse, come off you.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, this will not be a problem. I think we're good.
I mean, you go back and you look at some of our older open mic nights, and we were able to get our shit in Brian Cage style 2 hours or less.
Those days are over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ever since I took over the reins, we have gone minimum of 3. And we have eclipsed 4 for open mic night tonight.
Yeah. Holy shit. We're crazy.
For all the shit I get about going off on tangents and not reining things in, I'm going to let that comment end itself. Thank you very much.
You can let that comment end itself because you know what, Meacham? You go back. You rewatch tonight. You watch how many times I tried to rein shit in. And I was not allowed to.
JJ's just sitting there
because
quietly.
Your name is the one on the marquee.
The
So you know
only
what,
thing-
Meacham?
Okay.
Fuck you, eat shit. James, make sure this is on the highlight reel.
Damn!
Okay. So, all right. So hang on. If we're gonna put it on the highlight reel, fuck it. Fine. Fuck it. Okay.
Cut the shit, Meacham.
Now you cut this shit, Williams. Here's the deal. The only reason that they got out of hand early on is because I got the giggles and I couldn't make myself stop having the giggles, and I kept wanting to talk about it. Once we settled in and actually started on the topic, we were good to go. But the post Jason David Frank section, I will fully own that shit, and I apologize. And be the pygmies in the beginning, amen.
Oh,
Or whatever. Yeah, Lordy.
Lord have mercy.
So,
Shazbot.
that is what is coming up in the next month, more or less.
More or less.
For the Casa D18 Studios channel, for the Jeff Meacham Network and the Jeff Meacham Network multiverse of media. Noah, my friend, bring us home.
Good Lord Almighty. This was a war of epic proportions to and from the beginning to end. If people want to know more about me, though, know this. I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! But I digress. Find me on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. Yes, Twitter's still a thing. Get off your high horse, Jesse Ventura. And in Foster 1916 for all things wrestling. Shout out, of course, to the AEW family on Twitter, but we also have our own little private Facebook group too. I'll be back later this week for some simple AEW Rampage and Dynamite recap reviews, and we'll be taking it easy until we do our final season predicting for 2022 double feature for NXT Deadline, and of course, Ring of Honor Final Battle. But as always, I'd like to conclude: there are no winners, no losers, no bears, just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, and treasure your families. It's the holiday season. And just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It's as simple
as that. God, I love that tagline.
Good stuff.
As Cape Rayer said way early on in the day, don't forget to check out the merch for the guys making the stream possible.
Amen. Yeah.
Pro Wrestling Tees / Jeff Meacham
Network.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if it was just Jeff Meacham or Jeff Meacham Network, but
Network,
yes, Pro Wrestling Tees / Jeff Meacham Network. You can.
We also
get...
have the spring store. It's still active. There's more stuff over. There's more variety, I should say, stuff over there. And of course,
yes.
Go ahead.
As I was saying, Pro Wrestling Tees / Jeff Meacham Network, where you can find all of the newest tees, including Noah's Professional Wrestling Damage shirt, including James's 0 F-Bombs Since Last Stream shirt, including Stat Boy featuring Dory Lou shirts. And then I was going to mention the Spring Store. Jeff, go ahead.
Oh, I don't remember the web address, but we're on Spring, which used to be Teespring, and I think it's Jeff Meacham Network. I won't swear by that because it's almost 1 o'clock in the fucking morning. I don't remember. But yeah, there is a wider variety for now because I've been so inundated with the Disney work and traveling to and from. But I will be updating that hopefully after the first of the year because we definitely need to get both sites more active and more traffic because the money ain't happening. And I know that we have a lot of shirts in the works, including the one for Noah's, not his NXT, that we've been promising for 4 months or whatever it's been. But there
we need to get one made for That's Not Cowboy Shit, That's Chicken Shit.
Yes.
That seemed to go over pretty good in the chat room. We need to get the That's Bullyism shirt up there.
That one I'm going to work on a private thing. That way, I mean, if you want it to be sold, full time, that's fine. I don't know if you just wanted the one for the one client or not. So
no, throw it up there. I mean, we'll see. With as much anti-bullying as there is out there, you never know. Somebody may want to buy that shirt.
That's fair. Yeah. So we're always working on graphics and stuff in the downtime. It's not just downtime where I sleep. I actually am still always doing something.
Yes. Yes, we've still got quite a bit to do filming wise. Jeff and I still has to get in the studio at least 3 other occasions to wrap up the dads, not always on wrestling shows for this year.
But we are looking forward to it and beyond. And as always, folks, as JJ gets ready to wrap us up, remember, you've got 4 more days. It is actually today's 27th. You got 3 more days after today. It is still No Nut November. Behave your damn selves.
That's right. And then it becomes Whamageddon.
No, Whamageddon.
Wait, you mean the Christmas song Last Christmas?
Yes.
Okay.
You have to go the month without hearing the song, otherwise you are eliminated.
That version.
Oh,
if you hear Wham's version of Last Christmas before the morning of the 25th, you are eliminated and you have to move on to Wham Halla.
I don't understand that reference, but usually Last Christmas is like the first song I hear, so I guess I already lose.
Well,
pretty much.
Because it technically starts yesterday, the day after Thanksgiving. So if you haven't heard it since yesterday at midnight, you're okay.
Okay.
Cool.
And we'll see how long you last.
That's right. See how long you last. Because you make sure you last all through the rest of this week and all throughout the month. Because you're going to last through. So
got it. Don't listen to the radio. Got it.
Avoid Coast at all costs if you're out in California.
And try not to go into any retail stores because you know they're going to be playing that music on a loop also.
Oh, I'm fucked.
She is defrosting.
Oh, I'm fucked. There's where we end the show today. Now the nice thing, enjoy, being simple. It's simple as that. I'm fucked. No.
Now that I've already felt because I've heard that song already.
Well, no, that one's okay.
Okay.
Well,
Now
actually,
she's-
it's not okay. It's just not on the Armageddon list. You're
Now
okay.
the ice is fully melted.
Remember, guys, a moment of silence for all the big city suit-wearing guys who are about to get dumped for a small-town guy wearing flannel in a Hallmark Christmas movie this holiday season.
Goddamn right. That's right. This is where I cash in my chips, bitches.
Giggity.
Yeah. No Nut November, JJ. Not giggity. No giggity.
All the giggity. I've already failed.
Right?
What?
Noah has no clue.
We're going to end it here before we get... Try to reel it in for a second.
Yeah, go for it.
For the simple man, Noah Foster. For the Hebe man, James Hebert. For the man whose name is on the marquee, Jeff motherfucking Meacham.
God help us all.
I am the Renegade JJ Williams. Thank you very much for joining us for almost 9 hours of entertainment.
The last Sunday of Nut November, whatever the hell that means.
Across the entire multiverse of media. Thank you once again. And one more time on a serious tip. In the words of Zordon, may the power protect you. Good night, everybody.
Male abstinence from masturbation?
I'm still going on mine. No. Fuck that.
Yes.
I'm still going on mine after that.
Okay.
I'm on mine. I'm still on mine. I'm still on mine. I'm still
Yes,
live.
Noah. Yes, Noah.
What the fuck is wrong with society?
Yes, Noah. No Nut November means that a man cannot climax throughout the entire month of November.
How the hell does that work with his wife?
Whether it is from self-pleasure or an engagement in activity with the same or opposite sex.
That's it. I gotta
The
go.
man
by the way.
cannot...
I'm gonna end the stream and I'm gonna go to bed because I don't want to keep my dad up any longer. I'm done.
That is
That
what
was
it means,
so
Noah.
worth it, Noah.
So-
You innocent
There's some
soul.
sick, lonely, desperate souls out here.
So, all right. So
I don't know how it started. I forget the story of how it started, but
No, how it
yes,
finishes.
it's something that started a few years back.
That's
And
it. All right, peace out, boys.
Good night,